And if there's a way you can do it where you don't actually hold the inventory, you order it online and they can send it to you, so we'll talk about that. It's kind of a fun thing though, so. The only other new business thing I had, again, that didn't get incorporated in the vision was the work day for the fall, which we have a group coming down, a group of about a dozen college guys, I mean, mostly college, college young career, I should say. 20s and 30s, probably fair, right? Most of it. And they'll be coming down, they're coming down from Matthias Lot, so I don't know if you guys are familiar with that church. It's out in O'Fallon, St. Charles area, relatively new group, but growing significantly. So their small group is going to come down the first weekend of October or of November, and they're going to focus. I think they're going to focus primarily on cleanup and leaves, hills, stuff that we typically do in the fall. That worked really well last year. We had a group. There were several people who worked the first part of the month and got the hill cleared, most of it, and then you may recall we got some weather that was inclement, and then it actually got better, and we did our work. Our work day last year was pretty late. It was either the last weekend of November or the first weekend of December. It was after Thanksgiving. And ideally it wasn't that late, but it worked out fine. The day was nice, and the leaves still came, the remain. But the key was we did one pass before, and that really made the weekend nice. So, so those guys are going to come down the first weekend of November, and then. So you said, what was you guys have talked about a day for a work day?
Yeah, the 23rd. I mean, I know November is.
Oh, Thanksgiving.
Well, that's not Thanksgiving.
November 23rd, Thanksgiving.
You'll count on here.
November, not October.
Yeah.
I want to know if the workers are in here.
No,
Yesterday I heard comments.
they cannot work well. Shower.
Although,
How did the St. Charles group find out about us?
Kenny's son Ethan is part of the.
it's Matthias Group. They actually agree.
And he said come down to Dayspring and work.
Yeah, they meet on Wednesday. They have their church. They have 3 services on Wednesday, and they have what they call a lot family. So they meet small. They're small group meets in homes on Sunday, and their leader Brad had talked about they want to come down. So Brad knows us. I know Brad, but anyway. So they wanted to come down to do
And they've
A
never
work
been
day?
here, never seen it.
Nico would be the only one. There might be one other kid that goes to their church that's been here, but no, the rest of them.
That's in October then.
That'll be November the 9th. They're doing that.
Yeah, we have rent. So there will be someone renting down here every weekend from the 3rd and the 4th. Then we have someone the next weekend. Then we have a 10-day rental. Then we have a weekend rental, and then the next one will be them coming down to clean. So October will be a busy time down here. So
Thanksgiving is the final week.
28th. Yeah.
Oh,
So Caleb and Tina, for reference, will be, not that it matters, probably most of you guys, but they'll be gone, I think, from the 5th to the 15th. They'll be out of town.
They're going on a work project.
Yeah.
I heard.
But I mean, they'll be, the camp will be heavily used in the month of October, and then so November will get us into cleanup time. So you'll notice, just for reference, then we can talk about, well, the reason I asked this question yesterday, I'm inclined personally, I think we do better when we have a meeting on a different day than the work day, personally. I think it doesn't take us away from each other. So really, right now, tentatively, we have this set for the 16th of November, because we have to, we then have to do that'll be our 4th quarter meeting.
Could it be in St. Louis?
Yeah, it'll be in St. Louis.
Okay.
The question is just, do you prefer, we can do either, and it really doesn't matter, but we can either do a Friday evening or a Saturday. So it's really preference of what you guys want. If it's obviously the Friday evening, we're going to have a finite time to end, because we're not going to go past 10 o'clock if we start in the evening. If we do it Saturday, I know some people Saturday kind of cuts into their whole day. I'm okay either way. If we do it Saturday, I'm guessing we'll do, well, Gary, you don't have jail ministry on Saturday anymore, right?
At the moment.
At the moment, right. Okay.
It'll change next week.
Right. So, planning based on what's on the moment, we can also do it on Saturday morning. Whatever everybody's preference is.
But you
So.
did say it's like in St.
In
Louis.
St. Louis, yeah.
Because here it says Dayspring.
I did, we did, so I think, hearing from different people and the fact that we were gonna do it, traditionally, we've done it down here in the fall because we've coupled it with the work day. But my observation was, when we start, our meeting at 3, then you cut off the amount of work that can be done, and it just doesn't seem to be real efficient. So if we separate it and we have it in St. Louis, we just need to decide if we want to have it Friday evening or Saturday morning.
When is work day?
The work day's gonna be the 23rd here.
20th?
Yeah.
Can I just give you my 2 cents as someone who is thinking about coming to one or the other of these?
No,
No? Now, I understand it's not imperative that I be here, right? But if I were to come, I would like to come for both of these. Now, realistically, I can't, right? I can't come up 2 weeks in a row, 2 weekends in a row. But I could come up like I did this weekend and be here Friday evening and all day Saturday. And so I'm not saying this year, I'm just saying something to think about. Could you do a board meeting on Friday evening and then the work day Saturday? That may not work for y'all, I don't know.
So what we could do, and I say this in seriousness, is like, if you know you're gonna be, if you came for the board meeting and it was a Friday night, I can pretty much assure you that on the 16th, if you wanna come, if you wanna, then there probably will be other people down here working too.
Okay.
So there's no shortage of stuff to do. So, I mean,
I just want to make it worth my time to
for sure.
come up here,
Would
For
we
sure.
finish the business meeting Friday? Because last night we didn't.
We would. We didn't last night because we knew we had today. I mean, and I try to keep that in mind with time. I mean, as we're approaching 10 o'clock, if we're not getting, we would just say, hey guys, we gotta get this done. There'd be a commitment.
Start earlier too.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is, an average business meeting, when we only meet 4 times a year, it's gonna take 3 hours. And that's just gonna be the reality. That's down from the first couple I went to were 4 or 5 hours. So,
Are there any concerns about driving at night? Do people have vision? I know as you age, the eyes are not as good at night. So that's the other.
shots
I
fired.
can see perfectly fine.
Kevin?
There's some people who just don't want to drive at night, so.
No, it doesn't matter. Friday night kind of sounds better because
Okay.
we got a Saturday,
Okay.
or if we're coming back down there on
What,
Saturday, which is a good
could
idea.
it?
I like Friday night too personally, but that's just my,
Could it be
Done.
possible for us to, like, if we're gonna eat, we eat at 5:30 and start the meeting at 6? And that way we at least,
that's fine. Yeah, they do 4 hours for me now.
but we're thinking St. Louis.
Yeah, we'll just, I mean, if you guys are, I mean, I don't care
Does
where
that
you,
work?
Bethel's set up really well for it, but that's, if somebody else has a place who'd like to do it, we're happy to host whenever. But if somebody wants to do it somewhere else, if somebody has a house they want to, I'm flexible, whatever you guys want.
So this is probably gonna have to start around 6 o'clock p.m.
Yeah, around 6. Well, yeah, 6, or if you don't want to eat dinner and you could be there by 6:30 or 7, that's probably fine too. I mean, if somebody has an issue with work and they can't get there till 7, I think that's fine. Like if you were coming and you're like, man, I'm running late, we just move the treasurer's report down a little bit, but I would think by 7 we would want to be starting at the, to get everything in.
Yeah.
And a lot of it too is if we can make a commitment to kind of, we don't have to talk about everything, every meeting that's going on. One thing is to kind of keep in mind, like, it's a refer, and this is only going to be 8 weeks from now. So we haven't met again, this is a big gap we had just now. This is a small gap. The next two meetings, January will only be following it by another 8 weeks. So there probably won't be much in the way of changes. We won't be talking about how the summer went. We won't be talking about, well, it'll be more of just a, kind of
Where
where.
the longest party meeting will be on Dave. Careful how much he wants to cover if we're going over that policy.
It's done.
But I thought he wants to talk. You don't have to do more to it.
It's fine. No, really, the policy and procedure manual will be a matter of us deciding how we want to do amendment, like how we want to do recommended changes.
Well, that's what I'm saying, that if you're gonna talk about that comes up, that would be the one that would probably.
Oh, yeah, I guess whenever we decide we're gonna do, I mean, yeah, whenever we would do changes, I guess that could be the case. But those also could be sent out beforehand too, to where we're looking at them and not having, Dave, you can have input and, if you're not at the meeting, hey, saw the changes, here's my thoughts, or, whoever can't be here even, so. I would envision hopefully the next meeting should be minimal of what we have to cover, unless we have a lot of old business to go through, but, okay, so 2 for Friday evening, is there anybody else who has, and Dave's indifferent, but Friday evening would allow him to come in for a weekend potentially? Anybody?
Friday, but I mean, like Chris said, does give you your Saturday could be shut, so.
Okay, so let's tentatively plan for, and we'll tentatively plan for that Friday, which is, or I'm sorry, it would be the 15th of November. Yeah, 15th of November. And,
Right now.
yeah, so November, yeah, the 15th of November, and we'll plan on, let's just plan on like, say, 6 o'clock at Bethel.
Well, are we doing
We'll have-
dinner or not?
We'll just have like pizza or something.
Well, why don't you do 5:30 then?
Well, but people work though, I
I
mean,
know, but they can get there late, but that way at
like,
least.
let me ask you this, is 5:30 too early for anybody?
No, I'm gonna take the day off if I come.
What's that?
It's so important to me that I'm gonna take the day
Right,
off.
okay, so.
So you want sludge first?
All I'm saying is,
No, I-
you guys can just come a little, like, knowing we're running behind usually.
Oh, no, it's fine, it's fine, I just
I can
don't.
usually squeak out early.
Okay, well then let's plan on, okay, then let's shoot for 5:30 on that Friday.
November 22nd?
Nicole, we get it.
November 15th.
Okay, November 15th,
They ready?
5:30.
Yes.
Somebody's going on Friday.
Okay. Thank you, good. Okay, so vision going forward. So we made a commitment, you guys know, like 3 years ago. This is our 3rd time doing it. So coming down here in the fall, kind of reflecting on what happened during the summer, how it went, things that should be changed. But more importantly, or I shouldn't say more importantly, but in addition to that, having a longer term vision for camp. So, and that was looking at things in the short term. So I think we would typically say that within the next year, the medium term, which was like 2 to 5 years, and then longer term, which is like 5 to 20 years. The first time we met, we talked about things like the grandiose things, like building a lodge, or if money wasn't an issue, what type of things would we want to see happen? And those are things that are still on the board, and we'll talk about probably just very briefly, because obviously they're farther out. But really, the goal this morning and today is it's informal. So don't be afraid to ask or give your thoughts on anything that you would like. I don't even know how many things we're going to really make a motion on to do, unless there's something that comes up that we say, hey, let's implement that. We'll have some, but a lot of it's just jotting ideas, talking about philosophies, and kind of just things on what we might be able to do to make camp better, sustainable, achieve the goals that we believe the Lord has for us down here at Dayspring. And so some of that's just planning ahead. So I was pleased to see that, Kevin was looking at speakers for 2026. I mean, again, looking back 3 or 4 years ago, we were looking for, and even last year, but we were looking for directors like 2 to 3 months before camp started. And that wasn't, there was a lot of change at that time, right? I mean, but I think it kind of shows that we've kind of solidified things. We've made a commitment to getting ahead, and that's a good thing. I think it reflects well in Dayspring when people see stability and they see commitment. So with that being said, that's the reason we're looking out ahead. Are my prayers that many of us that are here today will be sitting here 3 years from now, and we'll be doing this for the 6th time, and we'll be saying, okay, these things, when you look back, a lot of these things we talked about, they're done, or we did them, or hey, we didn't do them as well as we should have, and what else we need to do. So it's a constant reflection. It doesn't mean, you know, we could say we've done things right or wrong, improve. The key is kind of looking forward, so. Anyone have any other thoughts in regard to that, if you guys, you know, as to what you hope to get out of like this meeting, or what you hope to hear?
Something that my wife was showing me was some outreach that was going on another continent, that they were getting excellent results, and that is showing some gospel films. And I just was wondering if we could do that here, show gospel films here, to attract people regionally.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put.
I wish Tim were here.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a note in there, so you'll notice, like, a lot of our breakdown today is kind of by committee, but not exactly, because we don't need to, I mean, as the kitchen committee, I don't need to talk about what's gonna happen in the future. I mean, if we were gonna be renovating the kitchen and we were gonna be, then we could talk, but we're not doing that. So, under staff training and programs, I'm gonna write a note of gospel films, and so that, I think, would be under that idea of our programming. What do we see as kind of what Kevin was sharing before he left yesterday? What are some camps that he sees maybe as being, and you guys might have other ideas, you know, obviously Kevin was kind of on a short time last night, so I'm gonna bring that question up again to you guys, because I wanna bring back to him, you know, hey, here's what we talked about, and here were some ideas that people had, because one of you guys might have a really great idea on a camp that he didn't mention, but we just didn't get to talk about. And so we want to make sure those ideas get out there, because everybody has different ideas, and some are really good and they haven't been shared.
Kind of touch bases on, really, I don't know what we're doing here, but since Gary talked about outreach, where do we stand on trying to still do something with like Friday or Saturday with you, like archery, or just something? Do you utilize the gym during the school year? Any more talk on that?
Well, Mark Hafner is still wanting to do these Friday night meetings. So that's a potential there. The archery thing we haven't talked a lot more about since last year. I did think about that yesterday, and I think that's still a really good platform to get kids down here. So that would be something probably under programs we probably want to talk about, if that's something that we, you know, what's the next step toward that if we want to do that. And
I think the biggest thing that we've seen, just Mark Hafner and I, just trying to generate some sort of momentum, is a lack of personnel to run something. I mean, I know Caleb and Tina are willing to help, but they have already stated they don't necessarily want to be in a leadership type role teaching, and even just for them to have to commit to that on a weekly basis is another undertaking. We
could ask Caleb what he wants to do about that.
we have talked about it. I'm just
That's not
thinking-
something you guys would want to lead, like an archer. I know you do. In the past, I thought you had voiced maybe wanting to do that, but is that something, if you were the point person and you were leading it, is that something you're interested in doing? I mean, now that you know more people around here, now that you kind of had a field of land, is that something that, I mean, because obviously we would want to push for it if there's not someone to lead it.
I feel like that if it's a group coming down every week, then we'd be tied to doing that every week.
Right.
And sometimes it just doesn't work out with families or with projects going on. I know that I've stated in the past I'd like to get an archery thing, but I was thinking more of a short-term deal where it's like for maybe so many weeks and then, you know, have a break.
Is that something you'd be interested in leading?
I think we could.
Yeah, I think we could, because it would not be like, it may be like an hour or two.
Right.
At the most, it's gonna be an hour if it's gonna be, you know, just a small group.
Also, I think an issue with us leading, like, as long as we have other staff to help do it, and we're not
Yeah.
like literally running the whole thing every time, as long as there's other staff to help.
Do you have staff, do you have people down here that you know that you could recruit to help you with that?
It's a possibility.
It's a possibility.
I'm just thinking from the standpoint of, you're probably not gonna have many people from, maybe you could rotate, but my guess is there's not gonna be someone from St. Louis who's gonna say, hey, I'll be down here every Wednesday.
The goal would be to get people locally involved.
Yeah.
And that might be something to talk about that, now that, I mean, now that you know Brian a little better, it might be something to say, I mean, I know he's looking for, they can't do that at church there, but if you can get, you know, we have a lot of references as far as kids, that we have a database from people who came, you know, the last couple of years. I think it's, you know, I think it's something if we started small, and you just move out organically and let's see what the Lord wants to do. But I think you can get some help. I know that the church, the Baptist church has an older, they have some younger ones too, and I think it would appeal to him for outreach, and just if they promoted it and said, hey, we need some help, I think it would. Even if you start out saying, hey, we're going to do a 4-week thing, and then this to see how it goes, and
Yeah.
it goes well, you can start up another one. But I think we have an asset of a gym up there that can be used unless it's super cold out. It would be a great place to do archery inside.
Yeah, and with that, if you're doing that, when the kids want to come to the archery, well, the parents have to drive it. So if we ever get that top part done, and we have an area that we could eat,
Right.
you know, there's an avenue for Mark with the parents, while they can look down and see their kids playing and having fun, and then the kids can join, and so.
I
You kind
think,
of kill two birds with one stone, kind of.
and maybe we'll come back to it with the staff and training program, but I do think I think there's a commitment for people to be involved with it. I think it would just be a rotate, and it could be a situation even where, like, I take, for example, the work being done down here. If you said, hey, we're gonna do this on Thursdays, and I'm just giving you an example, obviously there's guys working Thursday and Friday a lot of times, you might say, hey, this Thursday night, would you be okay doing the speaking, a 10-minute message? Or would you, and like a guy like Kurt, or John, or Kevin, or Rick, or whomever's here, I'm sure they would be happy to, and it's just a matter of rotating that workforce. I think I think people are interested in coming down on a regular basis, weekly, obviously probably not, but I definitely think there are people who would commit to say monthly, coming down and working on something like that.
Well, I've asked this in the past, I asked this last year, and what's keeping us from saying on, and what, and you can do it with senior camp, junior high camp, when these campers leave, give them a flyer that says on September whatever, we're having a weekend camp for you. And then do, and maybe just start with the senior age kids. But this weekend, we used to do a senior last fall down here in September, senior weekend. And get the kids to come down here and see how it goes. But then they have a definite time to know this is, and you can do it every weekend for a couple, but have something to definite, hey, this is going on. Here's a program that is going on this weekend. And if there's more interest from people to come back next week, say, hey, here's a, and I'm saying one tangible weekend, because if I know that there's something, I can't come up here, and I said that before, I can't come up here every weekend, but if I know next September 11th through 13th, I don't even know what days are, I'm just throwing out a day, we're doing something here at the camp, I'll commit to coming up here. That's not an issue. But if I can't, if it's just an abstract, hey, we're thinking about doing this, and I know we did the youth deal. When was that?
It was last year.
Yeah, but we did the.
It was in August.
October.
No, I'm sorry. No, we did it, so.
The 26th of below, we did something.
No, but
Then we did another one.
Last year, we gave flyers out at the end of senior camp saying we're having a Saturday, just a fun day at camp on Saturday. Like, it was like 3 weeks later.
Yeah.
And that happened. And that had, there was probably, 10 kids that were there?
Not
No,
even.
Not even that?
No.
Okay.
Maybe two.
That was, no, there was more than that.
It was Desi and
Maybe-
maybe Emma and then.
Less than 10, we'll say, less than 10. But that was the intent was, hey, we're gonna get something on the calendar today. Now, it wasn't a camp, like an overnight.
Yeah.
So that could be different. The overnight camp would, obviously, we would have to get commitment for staff.
Yeah.
For that, right? So, but yeah, I mean, and that might go into the future camps and what Kevin talked about.
And yeah, I don't want to bring up later on business now, but I feel fairly confident I could get some people to come with me. If we know, hey, this weekend we're doing this,
Okay. Yeah, and that might work. I mean, I think when Kevin was talking about family camps, he was probably shooting more for like August, like not to have a gap that wasn't too big between dates.
No, you don't want it to be too big.
Oh,
Yeah,
no, what I'm saying, so for senior camp, I mean, you can either do August or September. I mean, if you wanted to, it just depends on when, everybody thinks it's best. I mean, but I'll make that note here, then the senior weekend camp.
And that you might, if, just probably the best way, if you have a passion for it, is to definitely just be in contact with Kevin about it. Because I feel like that's the best way to get the ball rolling. I feel like one of our biggest issues is, like you said, if it's not set in stone in advance, they don't know. So like the 26 and below conference, we put it on Facebook, yes. Was it late coming out? Absolutely. Like, it was like just me trying to get it out there, and one of the girls that came, who goes to Arcadia Valley, Emma, went back to school the next day. She's like, why weren't you guys at camp? And they were like, we didn't know about it.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is really hard is you have to have it ready to go in advance. Even we promoted that Ozark Week forever, and like all summer we had, I think 2 local families signed up and only 1 came, or 3 local families signed up and only 1 came. But it's hard if you don't get some movement. You almost have to have teenagers get excited about it in advance. But
Yeah, probably the best example we probably had was we did a spring retreat for the like high school, college, and career, and that was actually done by the young people. And just so we could kind of avoid some of not the red tape. I don't want to say it. They wanted things done a certain way, so we did it as a rental.
Yeah.
Because, for example, we didn't have staff. It was just the 3 or 4 girls. They went and picked their cabin. Now obviously we were down here. It wasn't like it was a free for all, but they did it much like the way Turkey Hill does it. There's no counselors in cabins. The schedule's looser. They want, and so they have their cell phone. Those kind of things that we were like, okay, we're gonna have to do it as a rental because I don't want to have to go to the board and get all these authorizations for one weekend. And it worked out great. It gave them the autonomy to say, hey, we're the ones putting this together, right? And that seems to be what breeds a lot of excitement is when you have people who are actually putting it together who are young.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that can invite their friends and they're the ones that can invite, I'm not saying, we still as a board need to provide overnight camps and such, but I will say what Nicole said is true. It definitely seems like when there's an investment by some of the young people, they can bring out, just like if Noah were to say, hey, I can tell you if Noah said, hey, I want to sponsor this weekend, and he got together with those kids he's met from Turkey Hill or from Dayspring, they're going to want to come hang out with Noah. This is just the reality. They don't want to hang out with us, but they want to hang out with their friends.
the other thing too to remember, the spring retreat that did happen did not draw local kids either. It was almost 100% St. Louis kids, or the 2 or 3 that they didn't even come. Like Nevaeh was gonna come, and she did. I don't think she did. No, she came to staff training. Nevaeh didn't come. Emma didn't come. Desi didn't come, and then I do believe the girl from DeSoto came that we know. So only one local, like
Yeah.
girl who's been coming to camp came to that spring retreat. It was all.
But it was geared toward discipleship though. That's key
Right.
though is,
Right.
so it was geared toward being a believer.
Yeah,
You know, it wasn't, and you could come if you weren't, it was an outreach, but it was geared toward growth.
yeah.
So, but that's, yeah, I would talk to, if you have thought, real thought, I mean, maybe talk with Kevin and see, you know, we can talk to Kevin and say, hey, what does this look like? How would we do this? What would we want? I mean, because like you said yesterday, we're all for after camp follow-up, and how does that work? I mean, what's gonna get kids locally from here or St. Louis coming?
Yeah.
Let's just stay on this topic, and you know we'll move it up to the top. So, the second thing I put on here, and I'm just kind of curious your guys' thoughts on this is, I think I told you guys before. We all know, like when I was a kid down here, 90% of the campers came from St. Louis. The marketing was in St. Louis. That's just where it came from. I'd say now 90% of the kids come from, when I say local, within 45 minutes. So areas of focus going forward is our I mean, obviously I know where we're getting kids from now. Do we, as far as making camp known, are we focusing primarily on the local area? Should there be a concerted effort to advertise more and focus in St. Louis as well? I mean, what do you guys see as the camp? I would have never predicted 20 years ago that it would be the way it is now. I wouldn't have thought that because nobody was from around here when I went to camp. But going forward, what are your guys' thoughts on that? I mean, Charlie brought up the idea of just marketing with these. Where is our best efforts being put?
I think, 20 years ago, well, actually, it's been close to 30, when day camp started, part of the reason for that was because we kind of felt, it's interesting, you've kind of taken that shift, that I remember Bert Stevens was saying, you have this facility here, and no one in town, I mean, he said, he went in town and bought something, and he asked if I could attack, or what do you call it, a credit, so you do a house credit. They're like, now part of it was, it used to be called Arcadia Valley Bible Camp, but he said Dayspring Bible, and they said, where is that? What is that? And that was in town, and so some of them were Arcadia, but even when that, even when, the Bronx had it, and you had even a lot of these churches in St. Louis that came down, they didn't reach out. And so I think part of the thing with Bert was he felt almost embarrassed that here we have this facility, and you have these local people that could use it. So that's kind of how the day camp started, was that. So what happened at the day camps, when you had the first week, and then we, the second week got added, that I know Emmaus, we mentioned, took on, that in turn kind of switched, because you got all these local kids coming. And I think there's probably a balance, but there is a need. I think we found that out over the years, just the need of the local, it's a lower, at one point Iron County was, I think, the top, one of the poorest counties, or they have shifted to a couple other counties, but they're in the bottom, how do you look at it, bottom of the top 5 or top 6, they've changed. A lot of that changed because you had Browns, you had a lot of business, but my point is, there is a need for that. I think talking about some of the other kids that come to overnight camp has come from a trust from families about, okay, this is, these people do care. And I think when you build more stability, back then, you remember you had all the camps from St. Louis, so people down here didn't know who were. Then it was just a group that came down, and so I don't know that the answer to that, but I can understand how that's kind of flipped. And you see there's we have seen down here just the need for being able to provide a camp at no cost, just because of just the demographics of what it is. So I think you can do both, but I do think right now, unless the Lord leads different, there is a huge need in this area of 40 40 miles from camp, 30 miles from camp of people utilizing the camp. When you think about day camp, I mean, you know, I don't know, King, what was the total number of kids that we made contact? That either came one day or not through 2 weeks. You know?
350.
I mean, think about it, 350 kids that were at your camp. You know, that, I mean, if you had a camp from St. Louis and you brought kids down and you had an average of 70 kids, you know, that's 5 to 6 camps of unique people that you'd have to have for overnight. Now, so there's benefits to overnight camp, but I'm just talking about that working, and there's a need here. Now, and I don't know how large they get out. I mean, it's not like St. Louis. You have the Arcadia Valley area, Fredericktown, the whole area, they kind of interior. My wife says it's actually called Mineral Area. And there's quite a few people in that area, you know, in that group. So I don't know what the Lord has, but I can see why there was a need, and I think that started with a vision from a couple people way back when Bethel decided to start and then pass that on. But that was when Bert Stevens was still alive. So
Yeah, so, and a lot of the decrease is clearly correlated with the decrease in the size of the assemblies. I mean, you can't ignore that, right? I mean, you had a lot of kids coming from Maplewood, Southside, Emmaus, other churches that now are much smaller. I guess the question I have is, do you guys feel like there's a need? Should we be advertising in St. Louis? Should we be looking to get kids from St. Louis as much as we are looking to get kids from here? Or should our main focus be down here? I'm not saying the two are mutually exclusive, or maybe they are. Maybe you guys would say, no, I feel like right now this season we should focus 90% of our efforts here and within 30 miles. Or does anybody feel like, hey, you know what? Just because the assemblies are small, there's still a lot of need in St. Louis. I think we should market it there too, and maybe someone has a way to do that. But I'm just curious what the mindset is in that regard.
I think for this area, it's a great free Christian daycare. The day camps are, and they're fabulous. You could probably do every week be a day camp, but it's a lot of work. But I'd say this area.
Okay.
Everybody else is welcome.
But what about the overnight camps though? Since that's
To this area.
right, okay, to this area.
Yep.
Okay.
It's a great ministry. But we're still not a church as far as having the community thing. We don't have the staff to run community events, like come to our pool, come to our gym. The camp is it, the rentals and all that, that's the best thing.
Yeah, well,
As far as acting like a church, we really are a church.
I feel like what the benefit of having the rentals is it's bringing
Yeah,
people
bring us in.
here so the kids love it from St. Louis that have been here, so they're developing a love for Dayspring, just like all of you have. So you're still getting exposure in St. Louis, it's more of word of mouth.
And maybe they're doing a family reunion, great.
Yeah, and I mean, we've had a few kids come from St. Louis, like Kayla ended up paying for Facebook post like boosts for the junior high and the senior high camp, and we did get some St. Louis kids coming down. I feel like our camp appeals to a lower income group, and maybe parents are looking for places just to send their kids to. Like, I know there's a lot of parents who both work full-time, who are looking for things for their kids to do, except they don't want them sitting home by themselves all day long. So even if you did somehow advertise in St. Louis, it's not gonna hurt, like, for the overnight camps. But typically for the kids that come down here, like for the rentals, I'm telling them, like, if you're a Christian, we would love to have you come in the summer as a staffer.
Ask about, you just leave them with a thing, ask about working here.
Yeah. So to
Come and
me,
see, you know, you don't catch fish if you don't go fishing.
yeah, I feel like we have a great opportunity to utilize Christian kids from St. Louis as staffers and disciple them. So we're able to help them in that way, and then we're still ministering to the local kids. The other thing I had thought about, which another camp I used to go to, Youth Haven Bible Camp, Diana Smith camp. So they do like weekend retreats, and they will focus on the county. So at some point, if our day camps got bigger, you could say Iron County, which is Arcadia Valley, this week. St. Francis County, which is Farmington, is this week, and then whatever, adjacent. And then you could gear it a little more that way, and then focus more. But I feel like what Risa said is accurate. We don't really have someone who can go to local churches and shake hands and say, this is who we are, so we kind of, how do you even get the word out other than newspapers and?
Well, I think like, not to draw parallels to other camps, but like Turkey Hill, they do it a different way, right? They have 4 or 5 weekend camps a year that kids can come to. And that's kind of follow-up, right? Labor Day, Archery Week, high school, college, and career, spring retreat, Memorial Day. So yes, they're not down there doing weekly events, but they are doing several a year where there's not this 10-month disconnect. I think that's kind of what Dave in a little way is saying.
Yeah.
Let's not leave them in July and pick them back up next June. Let's figure out how we get, and the reality is, and it is interesting, 95% of our kids are from here, 95% of our staff is from St. Louis. What I would say St. Louis Metro, I'm including obviously a little liberal with like DeSoto and such. I think we would love to see that shift, right? We'd love to see like 95 and then maybe 50-50. And that's going to be dependent, I think, upon discipling these kids and getting kids that go from campers to then staffing. And we're making progress there, but it sounds like in the short term, or until as far as we can see, is there people in agreement that this is the community we're wanting to advertise? Okay.
And I would say your staff probably is, I think you're probably more outside than you realize. I mean, think about even, you have groups from Texas, when you bring 5 people from Texas, that
Hey,
doesn't.
we're about 12 this year, sir.
No, I guess what I mean, let me correct it, it's like, I'm saying that there's probably only a couple staff here that are local.
Oh, I would agree with that.
That's kind of what I
And I
got.
think that's probably, and Risa brings up a good point, we've talked about this. I mean, Dayspring is a ministry, it's not a church, and that kind of has gotten us in trouble in the past, because we had some people think they were a church and had that authority. And if we had probably that was defined better, we would have avoided some issues. I think that partnering up, like Caleb has a good relationship over at First Baptist Church, partnering up with a good Bible teacher. Obviously, we want to use discernment, but we are a ministry. We're not, I think that's a prime example that you major on the majors and minors on the minors. I mean, we're not going to, the Baptist Church does do some things a little different than I would do things. Do they present the gospel? Absolutely. Are they believers? Do I have any problem with their teachings? I don't know. They're probably going to vary a little bit on their church set up and how that's done. But in a ministry, am I going to pick that? We shouldn't, because we're in a ministry. So I think the core should be, and we've talked about this in the past, what is important is the gospel. We have to make sure that the gospel is accurate, and I have no problem with their gospel. And so I think those are the things that we should try to focus on to move that. I think that would be, we've tried in the past, it's been hard, because you don't have someone here, but I think, to continue on, like, just discipleship is what I think we'd like to see. That's always been the complaint, is you have all these kids share the gospel, and then boom, they're gone, and you don't share anything else with them, and so that's where I think we lack. But even as a ministry, I think it's our responsibility to see how can we do a better job at continuing that on.
And there was a period of time when I first started coming down here that during the fall, and winter, spring months, there was Dave and Gail and Allison and what was Dave and Allison. They would have young people, and these young people were kids that had come up through the camp, but they had something going down here, good, bad, right, or wrong. But those kids would come down here and help staff. There wasn't a ton of them, but there was some discipleship going on. There was some teaching going on. There was a connection going on in that 10 months that led itself to having a couple of people down here. There's people, you know, that, Liz and, what's Liz's friend's name? You know, Liz Peterson, Chelsea, yeah. Those are two girls, I mean, they grew up here. They come down here and help, you know, and maybe only for a week, but they were local. You knew Liz.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
they were local, and then they'd come down here, and they'd help the kids, they'd help do stuff. And we whatever, for me, I've been asking about doing this before the new administration, if you will. But we need to do, so to me, this is an 8-year problem that we've been having.
It was longer than that. Even then, what they were doing, that it was sporadic.
I agree. But
they needed some structure.
But it's been something I've been pushing for a long time. So for me, I'm looking at 8 years of, hey, when are we gonna pull the trigger on this? So, you know, I mean, and I'll talk to Kevin and see what I can do, you know, because again, if I know times to be up there, I can put in for this weekend, and say I'm gonna be gone, you know.
I think the biggest thing, honestly, that's preventing it from happening is just someone to run it, someone to advertise it, someone to do the registration.
Yeah.
We just don't have it.
No, and that's a reality that we need to face too. And I understand that. I need to figure out what I can do to help, even though I'm 700 miles away. There's something I can do. Obviously, if Kayla can do a Facebook post and boost a post, there's something I can do, you know. And I just need to figure out what I can do to help, and how I can help, you know. But getting that 10 months is going to be critical to disciple these young people, to get them to, that way Dayspring's on their mind that 10 months. So now comes staff training, is, oh, hey, no, I've known about this for the last 10 months. I don't have an excuse to not come instead of finding out, you know, I mean, everybody knows abstractly we're going to have staff training in May, right?
It sounds like you're kind of talking about different things though, because you're talking about just maybe isolated events, maybe a camp in September, maybe a fall retreat.
I am talking about isolated events, but down the road, it would be nice to have something. I mean, I'm talking about, and I'm thinking from starting those isolated events in my mind.
Yeah.
I'm thinking long term, down into the future, 5 years, 10 years down the road.
Okay.
Building something up, but I think it starts with isolated events.
So Dave, like you're saying, kids would know the 4th week in August is always senior high retreat.
Yeah, like you could call up Dana Rickenow right now, my boss, and say, "What's David doing in July?" You could ask her best friend Diana, my former boss, "What's David doing in July?" You can ask people who know me what David's doing in July. David knows what he's doing in July, and these people who aren't believers know what David's doing in July because I talk about it so much. Like, long story short, I mean, I had my coworker got real irritated with me because he just apparently found out I was coming this weekend. And someone, no, David's been talking about this 2 months, 3 months. David, you know he's going to be gone. And these kids, if they know they can plan, and they can have it on their mind. And as you get these young people developed and discipled, then they're passionate about, that's our advertising right there. You know, these junior hires and high schoolers, hey, we got this going on down here at Dayspring Bible Camp. I'm involved in Dayspring Bible Camp. They have some skin in the game. And then you're not worried about, and I agree 100% with partnering with someone. I don't have an issue with that, but yeah, I'm just talking.
No, so you gave 2 things there. You said 1 to 10 years. But it sounded like what you were saying is maybe the springboard to this is focusing on having a few more events that are known to kids during that 10-month hiatus. And then your vision would be that would grow into something more regular, maybe it was once a week, once every 2 weeks. And that may even couple with having at some point a camp manager. there.
Yeah.
Who might want to do that type of work.
Yeah.
Whereas, Caleb and Tina might say, hey, we're not able to, or that's not where we feel gifted,
Yeah.
So those two things may be working together, but in the short term, your recommendation would be, let's see if we can get a few more camps on the board for weekends.
Yeah.
That keep kids involved during the off season. And then long term, you'd like to see how the board might parlay that into a more regular.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, it reminds me of my daughter Emily works, our volunteer, she's a student tree, but they're called K-Life. And it's huge up there. It's actually huge a lot of places, but I'd never heard of them. So they do some partnering with some churches, but it's actually, it's a ministry. They actually go elementary through high school. Their big is high school and junior high, but they have a different day, I think Wednesday. But just for example, like when I said, honey, what are you doing today? Oh, we're going over to the football game, and there are 10 of us from the, so it's a little different because they have a university there to get leaders. A lot of their leaders, probably 80% of their leaders are college students, but they get like last night, they went out, they did the canteen, they did the concession stand, and they had 10 of them, but in exchange for doing the concession stand, the Kirksville High School gives them booster passes so they can come to come to the game. So that's their turn. But their thing is, they now are at the football game with the kids, and they get to know the kids that are serving there. But long term, they do programs. Now they do programs weekly. Not doing the same thing, but it's a ministry.
Yeah.
They're not trying to be the Baptist youth group. They're not trying to be the E-Free group. They're not trying to take that role. It's a separate thing of building disciples.
Independent.
And they've got about, I think the last thing they did, I think they do it every week. They do some Saturday things, it's kind of cool. So you talk about camp, which will start off. They do a Saturday event. It's, like 10 to 6. They feed them lunch, dinner, they have things. But I just think I think that we can learn. I think we can look at some things and learn and figure out. We're not going to jump right here. We're not going to have the success that they have.
No.
But I think it's what they recognize. The people who started it, they saw need. And so, and it's very, and they see the need. Now, there's a local thing because they do things like, they have buddies. And so if you're helping with the elementary, you're going and you actually take their kids, for the afternoon, they have a place to go, and you basically are one-on-one, or two-on-one. That's a smaller group though. But the point is, it's they saw a need and they figure out how we're going to get here. Yeah. Things have changed, but and my daughter Emily, she's done it now. This is the third year. She loves it. It's kind of a niche of hers, and relationships and sharing the gospel. So for me, when I say partner, I'm like, and they do partner. They actually partner with. They're really cool. They are very good about. They have a Facebook, social media. So Facebook is the only thing. But they weekly they are sending out. So they may be like, hey, this week we are so thankful for Rick Babb Construction Company for being a sponsor and helping us. And that's what they pay each other thing. Half the week.
Yeah.
And then the next week it would be, thanks for Smith's Auto Body. So they do have, because it costs, and they actually have a couple paid people, but for the most part it takes a lot around. But my point on the whole thing is it's a ministry. They see a need. That was one thing they felt like during the school year, that there were a lot of kids who might come to some of their events that weren't going to a church. And you do get some people who don't overlap to go to the church youth group, but also go there. But there's a lot of people who go there who aren't involved in a church youth group. At least at the beginning. A lot of times what you find, she said, is they recognize, hey, I need to be in a church as well. So that's kind of what I get from that. I mean, I'm not sure what it is, but I think partnering and then starting out with something small. Talk about a weekend thing. I think you could always, and it might be small. I remember Rick, were you around when Turkey had their first camp? I think it was like 7 people who showed up.
For their family one? Or
No, their first camp period. I mean, and you look at it now. So, you know, I think we can't get discouraged, like, hey, we tried to do this, and only 3 kids showed up.
Yeah.
Good, Reese had something.
So, Dayspring is not a church, it's a ministry. Are you able to get local churches involved and refer the campers to go to church, and you have names for them? Can you get the churches to use Dayspring more as a ministry gospel?
I think we've tried for years, and I think at times Dayspring, I think, yeah, we're not a church, but I think that we need to be able to stand up and help in the ministry, as part of our ministry, right? I mean,
Can you use the local churches to help minister to them?
there's not a lot of good local churches. I'll be straightforward. There's not a, and I'm not speaking for the guy at First Baptist, but we kind of handed kids to them on a silver platter several years ago, and nothing really happened. You know, I hear people all the time say, hey, give us the name, we'll pick them up, we'll take them to one. Never seen it happen. And
Well,
so that's,
the First Baptist Church does take like 3 kids to do.
but I mean, you were hitting,
But we were doing it, so I mean, that was, you know, they have a new guy there. There's really only 2 churches I would probably trust my kid with here. Yeah, it's not a church,
That's
but
the
I
problem
think.
too.
Well, yeah, you have
There's
a lot
no
of.
church to help you.
Well, and I don't want to get into ecclesiastical debate, but ultimately the purpose of evangelism is to see souls saved, that's saved, baptized, added to the church, right? So, in my mind, eventually, not a Dayspring Bible Church or Bible chapel, but there could be a result of a church or churches coming to, and what, not even down here necessarily. I'm just saying there. And I talk a lot, and y'all have to forgive me because I talk and then I'm hours away and I make excuses for being hours away, and I just need to dig in and do some stuff. But I mean, 15 years down the road, who's to say that as a result of this, there's not a church that you can say, hey, no, there's a church on top of the road, down the road, or wherever. You know, solid Bible teaching, you know, yeah, I just, anyhow, that's my 20-year.
yeah, that's I think what we want to see is that maybe there would be a church that comes up out of this, not that's run by Dayspring, but that maybe there will be 10 people who come together and say, hey, we're local, there's not a good church here, we're going to start a church. And then we can say, you know what, yeah, that church up there, they're really doctrinally sound.
Yeah.
We're not in charge, we're not in elder, we're not disciplined, you know. But I think it gives us a good start. So, I mean, this is a short term, we might want to look at a couple of some more specific events, which we've done historically, right? We just haven't done recently.
Yeah.
So that's really not a change, just reverting back to like, what kind of events can we get? And then in that 3, 5, whatever year, 10-year period, does that maybe become more consistent because we have a event that could be, or a camp that could be used full time, 12 months.
You know, to that end, just thinking out loud, so, because, would it be possible if somebody wanted to, if a group of people wanted to start a church, say there's like 3 families, total of 15 people, hey, we'd like to start a church, a fundamental church, a non-denominational church, you know, we just don't have a place to meet. Would it be a practical, advisable thing if they wanted to meet here in this very room or down at our chapel here to start a church? I mean, if we want to get behind a church starting, a church that could serve the children that have gotten saved in this area, I mean, that's one way that we could put our best foot forward to help is, you know, and I'm just, like I said, thinking out loud.
Part of that problem would be, we have people here on Sundays that do camps and go on the Sundays, so how do you function?
Now you tell me,
Do I,
you count, you almost have to do a thing where, I mean, like, everybody, depending on how, you know, your weekends, but yeah, you almost do like a thing like Pinecrest. I mean, Pinecrest is similar. Pinecrest has a, not a Nazarene church, but it's separate from camp, but they meet there at Pinecrest.
Where's Pinecrest?
It's Cherokee Pass, which is about over Fredericktown and about 10 miles.
Just curious.
Where it's, yeah.
do you think some of the churches out here see us as competition? That we're trying to,
I don't think so.
I mean, in the past, there used to be a church.
Well, there was in the
Yeah,
past, but a lot of that was because there was, I mean, without saying, I mean, I know from talking to some, I mean, I'm down there all the time, Terry's mom. There was some, I will say this, there was some arrogance of, you don't know what you're doing, we do.
Yeah.
And so you have to be careful with that.
Yeah.
But I think if it worked out, Charlie, I think they said, hey, can we rent a place, or can we do a small rental a week on, on Wednesdays or Sundays if we don't have a camp, or can we do events there? I think it's a great idea.
And we could always publish our schedule to them, they know what it was, and if there are rentals that pop up, we say, hey, we've got the liberty to limit your access to the camp to weekends, Sundays, for which there are no events here or something like that.
Yeah.
There
Yeah,
is
a lot.
Article 3 of the bylaws, and I don't know how to interpret the sprinkler, but it says the facilities of Dayspring Ministries of St. Louis Incorporated are to be solely used in accordance with the Christian worship services and activities of Dayspring Ministries.
Yeah, I read that too, and that's one of those really, really gray areas where it definitely doesn't, a lot of our stuff doesn't fit that mold.
Right.
Specifically, that ridge, I should say, that rigid, right? I mean, otherwise you couldn't have a rental.
Right.
Well, we've had rentals to all kinds of people for years and years, so.
Right.
Are we technically in violation today? Probably. But, so that's one of the reasons to revisit the bylaws.
Depends on how you interpret activity of Dayspring.
Yeah, if you say it's a support of that, it could probably be a little gray. Well, I think that's a great question, and when someone approaches us and says, hey, we're looking for a place, then I guess we'd say, hey, the Lord's calling us to think about it at least, and talk about it.
Special delivery.
Hey, Kevin didn't send for that either.
So just one more thing, I tried to put a time on each of these so we didn't go ahead.
Well, one thing that you talked about, having a church available to children. And I got to thinking, we're talking about the book of Acts, what constitutes a church. And when it comes to the gospel, believe in the Lord Jesus Christ and thy household, I think we need to get families involved. If we're going to need to talk about getting a church here, then it has to be families and not just a place of refuge, like an island for children. And now we're really getting into
And one thing,
missions.
one thing I really want to clarify though, because I know some people's ears will perk when they hear that. I don't think anybody wants to take away from this meeting that Dayspring is wanting to start a church, right? What I think Dave is saying is, if we're doing discipleship, if we're sharing the gospel, and out of that comes a group of people who locally want to start a church, that would be pretty cool to see.
That came about as a result.
Yes, but not our goal is not to start that. So I just want to be real careful, because people will hear that and they'll say, "Hey, your mission is being clouded a little bit,
Because
right?"
I'm bringing out that believe in the Lord Jesus Christ and thy household.
Well, but your point about families, though,
Yes.
I've always said, and Kevin brought up last night, I would love to see us, after day camp and overnight camps in August, have a family camp that's geared toward the local people. Like, one of the prizes at day camp is, it's a free day camp, it's a free weekend camp for your family. Because we need to get to know the families better, and they need the gospel too, so that meets our mission. I just had one other thing I wanted to ask in here to get you guys thinking, and then we'll try to cut this section off in about 5 minutes, is the day camps have proven to be pretty effective. I think everybody would agree with that. Somebody made, and this is what got me thinking about it, somebody mentioned to me from Hazelwood about how they do a camp in Kentucky. It's expensive, they're sending their kids 9 hours to basically do this day camp. And they said, well, I'm thinking, like, why can't we do that here? Obviously, we do 2-day camps now. My question would be, do you guys have thoughts on, again, we're looking vision forward. Would you guys be for trying to pursue another group to maybe take on another day camp, or maybe demographically do some searching to see where could we maybe do another day camp? do you guys have ideas of areas around here?
Off campus or?
No, it would be here, but I'm saying maybe market, as Nicole was saying, like, they do the counties.
Counties.
Like, is there a thought that, hey, if we could get another church to partner, and we could look for, maybe we want to focus in Fredericktown, or, not sorry, Farmington, or maybe it's, I don't know where it is, but what are your guys' thoughts on the day? Do you see that as being a critical or a vital component to the future, as opposed to, say, adding overnight
When you say
camps?
county though, you're not gonna restrict it to only those kids.
No, we don't do that now. I mean, other
But the advertising could be more focused. Is there between the Arcadia Valley and Fredericktown, or whatever you call it, day camp 1 and 2 now, but is there a lot of the same kids, or is there, out of the 150 kids that come to each camp, is there 300 separate individual kids, or is it 150?
No, that's what Kate, I think we had 300 roughly, like, not as much overlap as you would think. It really
Right.
wasn't much. I mean,
So then, my point is then, is there, it sounds like there's a possibility for a need for another one, if we're not getting the same kids over and over again.
especially if you market to other areas too.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I would say Arcadia Valley and Fredericktown are very different areas. I mean,
Yeah.
Fredericktown, in my opinion, now Caleb knows Fredericktown, I would say they're much more affluent than they are in Arcadia and Ironton. I mean, when we had, I say this because when we had a guys cookout here, there was 50, 60 guys. I didn't see a truck here that was under 50 grand.
Yeah.
I say that sarcastically, but I'm pretty serious. I mean, these guys had and in Fredericktown, I think it's just a nicer, there's poor people in Fredericktown too, right? But when you go into Ironton, you don't see a lot of real nice houses, a lot of real nice, there's poor, Iron County is poor for a they're poor. So yeah, there's not as much oversight. I don't mean like they're exclusive to one another, but like Fredericktown, they provide a bus. So a lot of the kids from their Church of Calvary come to day camp, right? They have, so I'm just thinking like, what your guys' thoughts overall are with the day camp. The day camps in a way are kind of great for Dayspring because it achieves our mission, but not at the cost that's really great for us because we don't have to get the staff. We don't have to, now we may have to at some point in the future to start something like that, say, hey, we'll be appealing by saying we won't charge you rent the first couple years. Like, so let's say Hazelwood Baptist approached us and said, I'm using them as an example, right? We'd like to do a day camp there. We're kind of limited on funds. Would we consider, again, making it a little more appealing for them by saying, you know what, the first year, sign the rental agreement, send the liability, but we're going to waive the $1,200 in rent. Or if it wasn't an RMTA, technically it would be $2,400 in rent. That's the way our contract's written right now. We could change that all right. But do you think we would want to consider trying to pursue that more, maybe the thought of having a third day camp?
They have to agree with our,
It would have to agree with our bylaws, yeah. We wouldn't want, obviously we wouldn't want a day camp that was teaching convert, Amherst, what we believe. I don't know. Any other thoughts?
I think so.
Okay. Well, maybe we explore, if you guys have thoughts on churches that might want to partner in that, or groups.
Who would provide the speakers?
I think it would be the group who does the spot, yeah. So like right now for the first 2 day camps, Dayspring doesn't it's treated as a rental.
Okay.
So E3 and Bethel right now do those 2. We provide the speakers. If there's, we provide all the families come down there, the staff. Obviously Caleb and Tina are here, so there's that common link there. But yeah, it's pretty much them. So I would think that we would want to, if we could have someone here who could kind of watch, be like, hey, is this something we want to, go forward? We really can't prevent. I mean, actually, we can't prevent. If someone wants to rent it, who does meet the criteria, meaning like they agree to the statement of faith and they want to do a day camp, there's nothing in our bylaws that say you can't do. But we would hope that if they agree to the statement of faith, they're teaching what we would hope they're teaching. That's my thinking. But that might be a situation that I will say, we haven't done this in the past, but we might say, hey, you guys want to do this, but you don't have a speaker. Hey, I got a guy in Texas who, he might be willing to come speak for you guys.
Yeah.
And maybe a way. We haven't had to do that in the past, but it's possible.
Yeah.
Okay, we're at an hour, staff training programs. I feel like we have, just in summary then, Kevin mentioned some of the possible future camps. We're gonna talk about the idea of adding a few weekend camps, either fall or spring, geared toward the maybe senior high and or family. And that can be slowly, but long-term vision is more regular exposure to these kids to continue to give the gospel and or disciple. That's more on that's on that 5 to 10 year plan. And that may, obviously, we mentioned that might change or may be adapted if we at some point have a camp manager, which we'll talk about here in just a bit too. If possible, if we could go through 2 of these, then have a short break, come back and do a third, and then have lunch, that would be ideal. Kenny is not in here, so we won't go to Kenny. Let's go to one I know he won't be interested in that much, which is, but Nicole's not here, so. The one that makes the most sense to probably go into is the PR and fundraising.
Are you gonna do any more fundraising things? Sounds like we're just giving money ourselves.
No, that's what we're here to talk about.
Right? Are you still gonna continue?
Huh?
Are you gonna continue to try to have fundraising?
Well, that's a good question for us to ask. I mean, so right now, as Kevin mentioned yesterday, in January, we'll reaffirm the committees, and there's been a little change this year, so we need to make sure our committees are firmed up as to who's left and who's here and who might want to swap. But right now, the fundraising committee and PR technically, I think, is Kevin and Ken and maybe Gary and my wife. It's not a very fun committee, I understand, for most people. Some people love raising money. I don't know. I don't know if any of you guys like to do that, but
I could get them together and invite the bid with their families and that. But I didn't want to bother about it, so I just tried to come up with some new ideas and that. So I thought maybe having a fundraising banquet next year, see if it's only a possibility to invite 1 or 2 other new church comes to be interested in that, but I'm not really thinking about their nominations of that. Something to share about the camp and all that, if they're interested in sending their children into the camp. But I'm not trying to mess up with their nomination or anything. So I know we had the same people in the past came to the banquet, and I thought maybe if we can come up with maybe if they know any church around St. Louis area or something to buy 1 or 2 church. For example, like the South County chapel there. And I don't know if where they send their kids to the camp or where they go and that. So I thought maybe you can invite them or come and see the flyer and what the Dayspring is all about and that. So that's what I was thinking to try to do and that. So I wanted to get the committee together, but I just couldn't find a better date and time because they're too busy to go live with their families and that. So I didn't know what to do from there. So my idea was if we can have a fundraising banquet here at Bethel, it's the only larger place around. And if we can send a card, an invitation card to 1 or 2 churches and invite them if they want to come. You have a number of rentals been coming down here and now where they all from, but you know, when I was down here for the Labor Day weekend, and I talked to a few of them and that, but they seem to be interested about it. So I have to talk to the board about it, see what they think and that, so it's worth doing. So I don't know what you guys thought about it.
Well, one thing for sure, it seems like that there have been a couple of those that have been somewhat successful. I don't remember one in particular, it seems like a lot of funds came in, but it's really the same recurring group. So getting different people invited. But the other thing is to plan well in advance, schedule well in advance, communicate well in advance. The ones that didn't do well are ones where we've said, okay, in 2 weeks we're going to have, it needs to be planned.
Last seconds, right?
Yeah, a lot of times for people to think about, and invitations sent out, well in advance. If we're thinking about something in February, it's probably high time to start publicizing it right now.
So I think for context, the one that brought a lot of money in reality, was when camp was gonna be sold, right? And people were like coming out of the woodwork to help with it. And I think that's probably the anomaly on that one. People were giving $500 for a cake, right? Because they were giving money for. I remember from the PR standpoint, the last time we had the banquet, now we had one, I remember, Believers, that was really short notice, and I mean, I wouldn't discount bringing $1,000 in, because it probably brought, it brought in money, which was very useful. We had the one at Bethel that I think was pretty well advertised, it was pretty well attended, and I think the consensus from those that organized it, what I heard from them, I wasn't on the committee, was that they felt like it was a lot of work for a little return, and the way they had to approach it. So that's what brought about the ideas like, well, maybe we would do like a walk, or we would do like a this or that. I mean, I don't want to speak for them because I wasn't on the committee. That's what I remember hearing. I guess the question that constantly comes to mind is, do you guys have ideas on, you were in the fundraising committees in PR, do you guys have ideas on, and what it really comes down to, I think, right, is we got to broaden our base of support, right?
That's what I wanted to talk about.
How do we because the reality is, I can send Scott and Risa a letter 3 times a year, not asking for money, but basically telling them we're doing it. I will say we sent out a lot of correspondence this year. People know what's going on down here, so that's a good thing. How do we get people more involved, praying, supporting with their time, and supporting with money? So and go ahead, Gary, you wanted to.
Well, we've been focusing, our discussion has mainly been on fundraising. I was looking at the first part, PR.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, how can we make ourselves known better? And that has come up here, so that people know who we are, what we're doing, and that they in turn can get curiosity, then they can catch a vision. Like when disciples were first called, they say, well, what are you guys so excited about? Well, the response was, well, come and see, check it out, let's see what this is all about. And I think that's something we need to do, and then the fundraising will follow.
Well, I was thinking like doing the walk-up through the cities and all that, passing out cards and let them know what we are doing, and tell them about the camp and that, and the people at the door, I would try to knocking on home residential, but walking through their neighborhoods and all that, so passing out cards and stuff, and let them know, or a flyer or something to the neighborhood, to the community, to let them know about camp and that, and maybe they think about it, maybe they seem to be more interested in that. So I remember we had what do you call it, flyers or camp schedules. We passed a lot of them out around the 150-mile radius, and the stores and restaurants and all that. But I passed a bunch of them out. But some people look at it and think about it, and if they know about it, but the problem is they don't seem to have that much interest to go for it. But even it's out there, but they know about it, but it's just to the people, if they want to send their children or not, they're not, serious about this camp or not, so it's just them, they don't know what their decision they want to do. So I try to rock upon to let them know, and we can talk to people out on the sidewalk and all that. It might help them, and so that's why I was going to try to walk upon, but I didn't try to, look on the map, see what the best direction, if it's 1 mile, 2 miles, or like 1 mile, we take a choking and have the destination into the Maplewood Chapel, and the teenager or adult can go to 2 miles and have the destination stop at the chapel, have lunch or whatever to do that. I was trying to put that together, and I scheduling the 2 week in advance to do it. And then I have to make a flyer to pass out to the church if they want to participate in the walk-a-thon. But sometimes it doesn't allow the rocket share walk-a-thon, and that is raised a tremendous amount of money, and so they're trying to do a walk-a-thon that take a 1 to 2 mile walk. So that's what I was trying to do, but I couldn't find any good time because there's so much schedule going on. We can't schedule and run through and their families, and I'm not trying to make an excuse out of it, but it just really seemed like it happened ahead of time.
Well, one thing, when Kevin mentions this rockathon thing, I want to just see that it really isn't all that different than what we said about the retreat. Is that the kids is that all stems from the excitement of the kids. If it was, I'll say Kevin, I've heard him say this. If it was up to Kevin, they probably wouldn't do it because he just doesn't get motivated by that. But the kids are the ones that say, "Hey, you want to do this every year?" And they do it. And they do raise money.
Catch the vision.
Right, but because the kids can share with their friends and the kids can make parents feel like. I guess one question I have is for you guys. 'Cause I'm curious, what are your guys' thoughts on fundraising? So when I say the word fundraising, does it make your hair kind of stand up? Like, do you? I don't know that a lot of other camps technically fundraise, right? But we're different because we do rely on, we're on faith base with we don't charge a fee. But like, I think if I were to say, what would Kevin say when he's here? I think he'd say, I'm not really big on fundraising.
But Jesus said, a city set on a hill cannot be hid. And I guess what I was getting at is, what can we do to expose ourselves so that people can, they can just see a billboard. Hey, we are Dayspring, this is what we do. Check us out. Well, we make ourselves visible, and it creates curiosity.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So it sounds like you're saying a lot like what Charlie shared yesterday was he likes this because it doesn't ask for money.
Right.
It doesn't say there's
what people will say, what can I do to help?
Right, but this makes them curious about this church, and therefore, so it sounds like what you're saying to me is the PR might be more important than the actual fundraising right now, as far as like one could lead. But I will say, not to say that we all agree. I think that when we put a notice out there about the rock on Facebook, it wasn't a bad thing, right? I mean, the Lord led someone, and giving was for that. But to hear all the time about we need money for this or we need money for that might be callous to some people after a while. Okay. So getting back to them.
I'm not trying to ask them to give money for the camp and that, because I would tell them that between you and the Lord, your decision, but we're not asking for your money. That's your decision between you and the Lord. We just want to let you know about the camp and Dayspring, that you're interested in sending your children to the camp and all that. But if you want to help out, that's between you and the Lord.
Go ahead, Dave.
I heard something that Reese said a minute ago. So, again, I'm on the board of the Ellis County Children's Advocacy Center. Children's Advocacy Centers are nonprofit, and they're around the country, right? We deal with felony abuse cases, children's felony abuse cases, and we're a not-for-profit, okay? We have salaries that we need to pay, like hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we're not faith-based. We're just not for profit. So we do fundraising. Like here in 2 weeks, we're going to do a clay shoot, right? And that may be something to think about. But what Risa says, it seems like we're giving to ourselves all the time. Isn't that what you said? We're always giving. One thing that we did as a board is we made a commitment. And I don't have an issue with getting on the knees and praying. God will meet every need we have, but I do think that I shouldn't say just think. I know people want to give to something. People want to donate to something. They just don't know what to. So that goes back to the PR, right? And they will donate if they know that there's a need. But one thing we committed to as board members and take it for what, I'm not gonna debate about this, but, one thing that we did as board members is, there's 18 of us on this board, not, on the CAC board. And, between September and the end of the year, that's 3 months, ask 3 people for a donation. Nobody wants to ask for donations. I don't like asking for donations. My role as a board member is to fundraise, right? That is my job as a sitting board member, is to raise funds for the CAC.
So it's not a Christian organization?
No, it's not a Christian organization. So, for instance, we did a purse bingo, and we had to do silent auction items. I didn't want to go ask anybody for a silent auction item, so what did I do? I went and bought the silent. And that's what we tend to do is, well, we need shovels, I'm going to go buy the shovels, right? But I'm telling you that there are people that want to donate to something. We all have a sphere of influence. And I'm not saying go out and ask people for money, but we have a sphere of influence, and we can tell people in our sphere of influence about Dayspring Bible Camp, and if you feel that you want to ask them to make a reoccurring donation, I mean, if each one in this room, and I'm just using numbers again, I'm not here to debate this from a biblical standpoint, I'm just giving information. If each one of us in this room were to go and ask 3 people for a $10 reoccurring donation, how much money, I'm not a mathematician, how much money would that be a month?
If they all gave it?
Do what?
If they all gave it?
If they all gave $10.
$500 roughly.
$500 a month. I mean, and that's not an insignificant amount. That's half of what we need for a maintenance fund, right? So again, you can, in your own mind, decide if that's something that you feel the Lord's telling you to do. But people don't know about Dayspring, so that goes back to the PR. We have a sphere of influence outside of our local church. We have a sphere of influence, so like people in my church now are starting to learn about Dayspring Bible Camp. And now they're going and telling other people. So now there's more of a bigger sphere in Texas that knows about Dayspring Bible Camp. But $10 a month, a lot of people would love to give $10 a month. If they do $10 a month would do this or do that, you know. I would just challenge you to at least pray about asking people, hey, will you consider donating on a reoccurring? And some people can't. Maybe, you know, and I know people who won't do a reoccurring, but they'll do a couple of larger donations when, you know, because of the way they get paid, right? I mean, you know, just something to think about. That's all I got to say.
Well, appreciate it.
I mean, I have more to say later on down the road, I'm sure.
There we go. I go to a yard sale, they say, how much for all this? I'm getting it for Bible camp. They go, oh, you can have it.
Right.
So just the testimony of Bible camp.
Right.
At his work, they always say, so you need material, is it for camp? Yeah, okay, then you can have it. So because of this testimony, they're giving to camp.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as a banquet, I think just have a banquet, present a slideshow, play a game or something. We don't need stuff to buy. Just ask us for money and we'll give it. See, this is a fundraising banquet.
Work smart, not hard.
Yeah.
And maybe every couple of years we
Be
try to sell the
entertained
camp.
and give if you want to.
What's that?
But you know, I never
You don't
had.
have to work.
What'd you say? That's every couple of years we threaten to sell the camp.
Oh, yeah.
Why in the past, when I'm at the craft show, I had a whole stack of flyers of the camp. A lot of people looked at it, pick it up, look at it, and they asked me about this camp, or where the camp at, and I told them that, and what kind of minister and that. I've explained to them in there, they seem to be interested in sending their children there. And I have not said a word about, you know, donation, give money or anything. They seem to be more interested in bringing their children to the camp. But every craft show, I have a stack of flyers out, and they seem to be interested. But when I went down to Watapalo Lake, there's a big family there. One of the girls was with me, and she started talking to them about the camp and that. And about half a dozen people got so interested in about the camp and that. But they didn't say a word about giving money or donate and how much it costs and all that. They're just interested about the camp, and that was all. And that's why I was getting word out to let them know about the camp here, that it exists, and if you want your children to get saved, they're here to teach the gospel to them and share the good news about them. But we're not here to mess up your denomination. We're just here to share about Jesus and let you know. And that's what I did in that. So I never did that, but I had a container there. Sometimes they'll throw a few dollars in it, and that these craft shows, I collect anywhere maybe from $5 to $30 a day, and that was it. But I never asked them, just because the container's sitting there on the table, flyer next to it, it's up to them if they want to donate. But I didn't ask them for money and all. Or I didn't tell them, hey, drop your money in this. You want to give $500? Come on, we'll take it. Well, I don't want to make myself rude about it, and that, so it was not appropriate for me to say that. So I just left it there, let them decide that, because they had to pray about it between them and the Lord that they want to give. So I just want to get the word out about the camp and what we do about the camp, what we do down here at the camp. And that's what I did every craft show.
So if we have one of these banquets, we have one of these banquets, maybe we invite some people we historically have not, like the local Baptist church that we're talking about, that's nearby here. Specifically invite them and have them bring as many folks as they can from the church to come down and see what's going on here. This Ozark group that's running from us, invite those folks, the leadership of that whole thing. You know, that do the family camp, invite them down to the fundraiser. There's a Fenton Crossings, is it?
Mm-hmm.
There have been people from time to time express interest in, like the Doty family and some of those folks have been somewhat interested. I think that if they knew more about it, I think they're really involved with, the Fitzgerald guy is involved with Turkey Hill quite a bit. Kevin, yeah, but it might be that they would be interested to know more about it, or some people there might be interested in giving. It's a fairly large assembly, you know, and invite some of those that we haven't seen, you know, and maybe we approach it this way. So we can't have like everybody in the world come, but earmark a few of these groups that have had contact with us, but we haven't had them into to see the camp and such. And I think that the banquets are usually more enjoyable if they're here, especially if we invite the Baptist churches right up the road. Let's have it here, you know.
Well, you know, the last banquet we had down here in the pavilion, there's a number of people that came far out of town, and you were there during the day, and be out here outside and that, and I thought it worked pretty good, but I had not heard anything that they gave any donation or not.
But I mean, if you have a couple of them a year, and then just target different groups especially, you know, all of the people that are always engaged with Dayspring, they're always welcome. But let's target a few other groups that have had some contact with us, maybe have rented here. We would like to have them learn more about who we are and what we do.
So yeah, two things on those, and we'll, with Fenton, I talked to Kevin Fitzgerald. He said, I mean, they're really interested actually in support for camp. I'm hoping he said Mark Keller was going to get in contact with me to set up a time in October to go speak there. So I'm hoping to hear from him soon. Because you're right, the thing that's interesting at Fenton is they're a larger assembly. I've been told they're individual people. They're not real active necessarily firsthand. And go ahead, Scott.
Have you ever asked them about day camp?
Sponsoring
a day camp?
So that would be a good question to ask them, especially Kevin. My understanding from talking to some of the elders there, and this is, I mean, not saying confident, but this is the way it was described, is they're very active on Sunday, but during the week, they just don't get involved a whole lot. Whether they would do that for a camp, I don't know, it'd be something, we could definitely ask them and see if that's something we'll want to do, that's a good idea.
Their money's, but money's still.
But they could also sponsor one financially possibly, and then we, someone could staff it, we can figure out how to staff it, or not staff us, but maybe a private group, maybe a subsidiary of the current day camp and say, hey, if you guys will sponsor it, we'll run it, type thing.
Who was that? Katie mentioned that. That'd be
I
great.
talked to her, yeah, I mentioned it. Ozark probably is not the greatest one to ask because most of them are several hundred miles away. There's only a couple families that were from the Reed area, so a lot of them are from Colorado and Kansas, and so not that they wouldn't, but I would think the majority of them. No, I know, but I'm saying Ozark in particular. The other rentals possibly would be the ones that we could say, hey, if you're interested in coming down to that. But I just was saying demographic-wise, they probably are difficult to, but we can still let them know about camp. They oftentimes said they would want to help with stuff. I haven't heard a particular invitation yet to like, hey, we want to do this, but they very well may in the future. You never know. They've always said opinion. So just to sum up then where we're at with PR is we agree that the PR component needs to be greater, whether that's something like this, whether that's just simply being committed to telling people, whether that's having banquets to tell people. But it sounds like what I hear is the PR is what we feel like is more important right now than the direct fundraising, although Dave brought up the challenge of maybe, taking it upon yourself to say, hey, maybe committing to asking one or two or three people, hey, if you want to, you can go online, do a recurring gift, but
Getting those long time donors. A lot of cancers don't.
right. It's really surprising. I was telling someone recently, like, as many people who've had such a long tenure down here, I am kind of surprised that Dayspring hasn't had that larger gift in the will, or someone who gives more money in their 80s and that. I don't know. I feel like something has happened where there was a disconnect where people left. Separated, and they hadn't come back, a lot of them in the form of like their support. I think that we have the potential that there's a lot of people in that age group who have the money that they would like to give if they know that we're really doing the work that they remember when they were younger. And it's just how do we capture that? Because they're dispersed now. They're not going to the assemblies any longer. But when they hear about camp, like I can tell you there's a lot of posts on Facebook. I went to camp down there 40 or 50 years ago. I went to Massacoby. And it's finding like those people to say, come down and check out the camp. One thing we could possibly do is next year is maybe have like a big open house, like a rebranding of the camp. It's like, I can't tell you, it's so crazy to walk around the camp with people who haven't been here for 20 years, 30 years, and they're like dumbfounded. That's the only word I can say.
Show them how we changed.
Yeah.
Something like that, and do that next year in August for an open house.
Yeah.
They will come have fly shows or go snacking or something to see what the camp look like and all the renovations been done down here. So,
The advertisement, it says become a donor.
Yeah, I think also, I think there's a lot we can learn from other teams. I'm sure a lot, because I think they have a pretty solid model that works for them, but I think there's a lot of things we learn from them. Also, I think the thing in the past, and we need to learn from our mistakes too. Let's face it, you don't need to bash what was going on, but you can learn from them. And one of the things I know from the past is there was a little bit of pride of asking people. I think there's the old saying of, and I personally have heard this message multiple times, 10, 15, 20 years ago. If the Lord wants us to have it, He'll provide. That's a true statement. The Lord also gave us a brain and a creativity. And I think sometimes we also
send Peter out to catch a fish.
Well, you're right. And I think that part kind of got lost, I think, sometimes. And so what happens is, there wasn't, for a long period of time, there was this seclusion of it's a ministry, but it really was run like in a lot of ways as the Plymouth Brethren church. So everything was the Plymouth Brethren, and you had to do this, and you weren't going to ask anybody because the Lord was going to provide, because we were Plymouth Brethren and we do it the right way. And I think that there's a lot of, I like how that's run, but I think also we need to learn. Like I look at storybooks, and I asked Bill, and I said, hey Bill, do you guys have like a lot of people that dump a lot of big cash? And they get some big projects done up there. I mean, they're building, they're finishing now, which is beautiful. And his answer shocked me. And he said, no. He said, actually, I have a lot of widows and a lot of older people who send camp $10 a month. And he said, what's the beauty of that is it's spread out, but I never thought of this.
Did you fall over?
Do I?
Did you fall over?
No, I was expecting to say, yeah, we have to help people if we have a project that's gonna cost us $20,000. I know, like, he'll send out, hey, pray.
Widow's mine.
Yeah, well, and while you talk about, like, hey, we need a new septic system, it's gonna cost us $100,000. The government's giving us trouble about this or this. And he said what was the Lord had, has blessed them with is, and I never thought of it this way, but if you're getting $10 a month, some maybe 20, but what happened was, he said, if I have 3 donors who are 80% of our giving, and they pass away, and their family says, you're not getting any more, that's a big chunk. But when I lose someone who, he said what he's found is, a lot of those people, if you lose 2 or 3 people that gave $20 a month, yeah, you miss that, but it's easily made up. And then you'll find a lot of times they'll lose some money after they pass away. The point was, he said, for them, what's been successful is a much broader spectrum of people. And I think that's a model that we could probably learn from. So I think I think what you can't call her, when you go rebranding, whatever, an open house would be I think strategically we probably ought to look at, okay, how can we go back 30 years, get addresses from people? And I think that's something that would be cost effective, not only do a social media blitz, but also maybe do some direct mailing if we get some addresses. I think because I know people that I went down here, and there's people, I tell a story of Terry's, some of you may know him or not, but the founding pastor, the guy who was one of the pastors at E-Free, Mike Anderson, a great teacher, is in Wichita. And we have a thing back at church. And she comes to she's in the office working, and Mike comes in, they start talking. It turns out, she starts talking, and he asks what her name is, last name, or maiden name. And he says, what's your dad's name? Well, he'd already passed away, but she told me, he said, which one of the Bronx was he? She's like, how do you know? He became a believer because of camp, because Will had invited him down. And here's this guy who, he's just a very gifted, the Lord has used him. But the point is, there's a lot of people from a long time. Then there's people when I was here who don't come anymore, kind of got disenfranchised, but yet they still like to hear what's going on. I see them on Facebook. That's a group of people that I think you could read. Now a lot of those people are 40, 50, and actually have some disposable income. And I think so I think is there a right or wrong way? No, but I think we can learn from other places and learn from our mistakes. But I think the rebranding thing in open house is a great idea to get back in. I mean, that people down. Yeah, Tina.
I was just gonna say, when my sister was here visiting, we were talking about some of the history of camp and stuff, and that's one thing that she's really into is the history of places, and she was even talking about, which would go along with the open house kind of thing, is having some kind of event where people can just come out and celebrate something. So they can see camp, they can see the history of it, see if there's prominent people that have been out here that are well known in the area, have that kind of information available and just make it more.
It's a good way to do that.
Come and see, just have people come and see what's been done, and it's a good way to get people in without, money hanging over their head, we want to pay to come, that's what she was thinking, kind of like an anniversary. She even told me that she would love to look into the history and get that part put together herself, because she just loves doing that, so, she offered to.
Yeah, I have lots of
do that.
history stuff. There's a lot of information and misinformation about the history of camp, about.
We have an anniversary coming up.
We just had 75 years
Yeah,
a couple years ago, so we'd be coming up on 80 real quick.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Years ago.
She used to work at the library,
What we've
They
become,
did,
still coming up on that,
she
yeah.
put together a big history.
I've used
of
it a
Boulder
couple of
County
very loosely,
and had
maybe
them
2018
there.
or 2017,
She just loves to
2018.
do that, so she said, she offers.
We might be at 81
something
now.
like that.
Maybe we're 76 already.
Yeah, it depends, some of the downside is like when we did that, there was actually a lot of bad information that's put out as accurate information. I've been in the process of, do what?
Folklore?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of stuff like people with Massacomi, Jerry Keller, Jim Rankin, that's who started, like, yeah, and actually it's, actually the Bronx, it was Terry's grandparents who actually rented it a couple of years from a guy from St. Louis, from it's from, I forgot, I'll think of the name, up in North St. Louis. And the purpose, he got it for their church, use a youth group, and then they use Young Life. But then the Bronx rented it from, but I actually finally got the deed of the actual dates. We're just wrong on some stuff, and it was the Bronx who actually, we'll take that, but a lot of people associate it with Massacomi. Massacomi was just a rental camp that rented the campground. But people will tell you, oh, it started, Massacomi is what started it that day. So I finally got some documents when Gwen McCurdy, so Gwen, when Will and Edna bought it, and then their daughter Gwen and son-in-law, they actually helped finance it. It's kind of cool to see the paperwork
You
about
made
it.
a booklet, so.
And before that, it was like a Boy Scout camp or something.
It was a Boy Scout camp out of, actually, finally, it's the first time I've ever seen the actual meetings out of college. It's,
Can't break it.
actually not. No. It was, that was the name, actually was owned by, I think it's the Convent, but it's a Boy Scout of America from the one in Illinois. I think it's Townsville, that actually originally owned this. But anyway, the thing is, we talk about the anniversary dates. It depends on what you want to use as the anniversary. But
Well, I'm not talking about anniversary, I'm saying they did a 75-year anniversary.
No, I know.
It was.
But the 75 is actually not the right, they're the dates they were using to start.
Just look at all the interest this has generated.
Yes.
We knew at the
There's a lot.
time that it may not have been the right date.
Yeah, right.
We decided to do
So-
it at 7:50.
Okay, so just for the sake of time, because we could talk for a while, unless you guys want to be here till 10, that's fine, we can do that. Talk after dinner. Okay, so PR, it could be a combination of these kind of things. That'll be something for the committee to kind of continually look at. How do we make Dayspring known to more people, more churches? The three things I wrote down was potentially then next year, looking at like an open house or a rebranding of something at some point next year, fall, whenever, again, leave that in the committee's court. Possibly a banquet for local people. I would challenge us that if we do that, I would do that. I would coordinate that when Lynn Peters is in town, because she has a really good way of getting people involved. And in some ways, she makes them feel guilty because they should be more involved locally, and that's not a bad thing. I mean, it makes them see. But she she covers a lot of ground quickly. So if I were to recommend to the committee, I would coordinate maybe either with Nicole or through her and see in the spring if that's something that she'd be interested in doing and helping with. And I know she would.
She's in Burkina right now, possibly. When she left, she was looking forward. It's amazing. I mean, yeah, she was already, this camp was already on her mind, and she's heading back over to Africa. So I know that she's always got ideas, sure.
You guys want to do the open house next August?
You
I
guys
think
talk.
it should be earlier in the year.
Early in the year.
Or earlier in the year, that way it could potentially raise funds for the upcoming.
Yeah,
Summer.
that depends on what the weather conditions.
I mean, I would love for I would love for cabin 8 and 15 to be done, and this nurses station. If those three things can be done, I think that could be like the icing on the top, personally. But
8 and 15 in the
but that's my personal opinion. But they may think differently. But and that may be done by summertime, but it's going to be close. I mean, probably not 15. I wouldn't think, as far as like bathrooms and such.
Maybe a banquet in the spring, open house in the fall.
Again, the banquet, I would say whenever Lynn is, I think you would find it very valuable. If your target is for people down here, Lynn has developed enough relationships, even in the short time she was here, that she would by far be her and Dickie Brunk, that type of person who know people down here, I would think that's who you'd want to have involved. And it may be spring, because Nicole said something about an Easter egg hunt, so she probably is here in spring.
Okay, cool.
Who's on that committee?
Kevin Pappin,
Sherman, and I got Ken Bogue and Gary Teddy and Nick Coe.
yeah, and
And
Nicole.
I did that with both cousins.
Wonder if we ought to add other people to it?
Is that right?
No
I
objection,
can
vote
take-
on.
Huh?
He's manual labor.
Reset.
Kind of pull those lists and handle.
Come on, Lisa.
But your name's still on it though.
You want to retire? Ken Bogue?
Okay, Kevin.
I mean, the reality is when an event like that gets done, other people get pulled in to help, and I think that's what the vision just needs to come from a group who is. And I'll tell you, I'm very confident. In the spring, if it's a banquet, Lynn will go full bore with it, with you guys, and she'll do anything she can. I think when we get to something in the open house, you're probably going to involve some of the project guys, grounds guys, kitchen. It's going to be. I think that could be a pretty big event, so it could be multiple people that are involved in that. So that might be, something to bring on people for that one particular event from other groups.
Do you want to have banquet down here or St. Louis in the spring?
That's up to you. I think the consensus was maybe trying to do one down here with people that are local as well. Like, I mean, by that time, who knows? Caleb and Tina, if they like the Baptist church, they may have a lot of good friends there, and they may be able to be the ambassadors that invite them. They get to know more people down here all the time, so that's another point of contact.
I was thinking like banquet down here in case somebody wants to spend the night or something. If we're going to have it in the middle of the day or what, if they're going to travel far out of town or if they want to spend the night to learn about it, maybe open house in the fall, night and they'll have shown the fly show and maybe somebody take them around how much all the renovation is done down here. That's my suggestion.
Yeah, that's well. You got a while to decide those. So those are all things I think that can be doable, and you guys
Back
can.
up in November.
Huh? Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good.
We'll all have time to think about it.
Yeah, I like that.
When we say banquet, it could even be a celebratory thing for the work of the year.
Hey, I'm right. Yeah, that's
Thanksgiving.
yeah. Last year because I made a lot of turkeys left over, would have been good. Okay, if you guys are okay with it, what I like.
Want to be on this committee?
What's that?
If somebody want to be on this fundraising committee, then I got Ken Bowe. You want to be on it? Oh, he wants to be on it.
Kevin, let's, I'll tell you, my suggestion, we talk about it in November, but I think you could have, I think, some people might be willing to help with it, but not want to be on the committee because they have a responsibility. And that's what I would say is, I mean, Nicole has helped you, she's on there, but I think for now, I say let's talk about it in November. But I think when you say you'll be on the committee to help, I think there are people who are willing to help with the idea of that or helping with that, but don't want to be on the committee because they have other things going on, but will be willing to help. So I say we bring that back up in November.
Okay, here's what I would like to do is we're at 11:15.
I agree with
We're
Ken.
gonna- Okay, so if we could, let's take about a 10-minute break. Let's make it a goal that before lunch, we can get through the registrar and the bullet point here about camp manager, and then we'll have lunch. We'll then talk about the grounds committee, which I think will probably take a little over an hour probably, because everybody seems to have questions about that, thoughts on that. And then I think we need to basically give ourselves, realistically speaking, because I know it's going to generate conversation, probably a couple of hours to end the day on the bylaws that we were asked to look at, talk about, start to brainstorm, and at least get feedback. Okay.
Who is the camp manager?
So with that, let's take a 10-minute break and let's pause until, or 13 minutes. Let's do 11:30. Okay, that work? charge a set fee for camp, any fee for camp. And so, but the question has come up about having possibly a non-refundable registration fee. A nominal amount, it could be 20, 30 bucks, 25, whatever we think. So on the surface first, does anybody have an issue with that?
I just have a question.
Yeah.
With this area, especially Iron County, being so poor, do you think that could be an issue?
So-
That's a good question. We've talked about this.
You know,
I like the idea, and you can try it for sure.
Well,
I like the idea of whatever you decide, 15, 20, 25 bucks, and you tell them to put it in their canteen. And if they come, they have canteen money. If they don't, they lose it.
So
They have canteen money.
Well, that's the point. Well, not all of them, but some do. You would still probably have to have a special case, but I think it'd be one of those you have to call.
Do you want like the numbers on what the average canteen is?
yeah, what was the average canteen amount overnight?
Yeah.
So I think we would still give the opportunity to say, if you can't afford this, or if this is an issue, email us. And whoever, if they take the extra step of emailing us, they want to come, right? They want to come. It's not going to eliminate the no-shows, but it will. I think it will reduce them, and then ultimately too, it might also help that first day of camp. If they've already got a lot of these kids, and if they already have 20 or 25 bucks in their canteen, then it takes away one extra step.
It helps them.
It helps them. Right now, what they have to do is they either have to give a check or cash, or a lot of them will go on Tithely and give 20 bucks for canteen.
Food stamps.
We don't take food stamps yet, but and I think obviously that would not inhibit kids who, I mean, there's still no set fee for camp. To me, it's a registration fee, goes in the canteen. They want to buy a shirt, they want to buy candy with it, great. But it does, I will say, I haven't asked KJ, he would have to be able to program something where we can require a collected amount at the time of registration, so that might be something that I'm confident he can do that though. Am I confident? Is my confidence okay?
Well, you
Are we
combine
going
the
to
canteen.
advertise that it's going in the canteen?
What's that?
Are we going to advertise that it's going in the
I think so, yeah, I think I would, and I think, here's the deal, I think we could
That's the
still,
weirdest thing I've ever heard.
what's that?
It's the weirdest thing I've ever heard.
Well, here's the deal. If you give 25, to me, it's just an incentive to say, you're gonna give $25 anyway. We don't have to do that, but the problem is, then we're gonna be, I think you might be less apt to have to sign up and give the money.
Reduce no-shows as well.
It will, because we're not charging for camp, right? So the registration, if our thought is we're not charging for camp unless they want to give, then it's a registration fee that goes to help them that week. I don't know.
Has anyone ever done this thing before?
Well, very few camps are in no-cost camp. So, I mean, Bill, Sparkle is no cost. They have a little different models. They have a lot more revenue coming in.
Do they have a registration?
No. But also, Bill's very strict. If you sign up and you don't show up, or you just let them know, you get put down in the bank. You don't just like, well, they have some high demand for this camp. And
Put you
they're
on the
unique.
naughty list?
And they limit you to one per
They
year.
put you on the naughty list?
No, you're only limited to one. You can only go to one camp because it's so full. So they don't have an issue of when you sign up and not going. We just talked about. I just thought for me that you're not the cost. They can still call Nicole or email and say, hey, we really want it. But I think you show grace. But I think sometimes you get into a culture of, you just go to Dayspring because everything's free, and it's not free. So the other thing is, most of those kids even day camps, even day camps, but most of them, they all, they buy us, they come up, not all of them, but to me, if it's an incentive, okay, we're gonna give, there's a registration, you can say there's a registration fee, but that goes into your child's canteen. No parents gonna walk that.
If it's
Interesting.
non-refundable,
Yeah.
and then if they don't show, the money could be used for kids that
Well, that's great.
don't have as much.
Are you combine the canteen money with the kitchen money?
Kevin, it's, when we combine. I mean, we buy all of it off the same, we don't separate. the
Yeah,
two
we
of
don't
them.
separate it and we don't recognize
Right.
canteen as revenue.
Right.
We recognize this program
Yeah.
contribution.
We give a lot of canteen away. I mean,
Yeah, we
So
give
if you
time.
start recognizing the revenue, somebody's gonna want state sales tax.
Right.
But we don't have to, and it doesn't, it's just blurry, it keeps the waters a little more blurry. I mean, technically speaking, we don't have to collect sales tax and we're not a profit, but we give away so much canteen, it helps fund that and supplement that.
So are we gonna make a motion for this now or save it for the next meeting?
I would like to make, if we're gonna do it, I think this is one of the few things I thought we would want to make a motion for, because it's, so the alternative is either, so you either have, I mean, there's three options, you might, well, there's, I guess, a fourth, I just don't know it. It's either, no, we don't do a fee, yes, we do a fee, and we do the caveat with the canteen. We do a fee, but we don't have any caveat, that's just money and we use it how we want, or four, there's some other option.
Overbook.
I like the
Overbook.
idea of them
Oh.
giving it and it going toward the kids' canteen.
Yeah, I like that.
I do too.
You can always revisit next year if you don't think it goes.
I mean the percentages, yeah.
That was the other.
Okay.
I think it's worth looking
Okay, you want to talk
into.
about
No, I don't care. I was just saying
And,
that
you
was the
know,
other option.
if
talked
we
about
do have some kind of a camp store, or like we were talking about, making enough of these shirts for kids to buy,
yesterday. That is
then-
risky, obviously.
you're still bringing in a little more revenue to the camp. Like a lot of people do say, do you have any shirts for sale? Another thing we could offer is, hey, while you're here and you're checking out, do you want to buy a t-shirt for $15? That would give us an extra $5. Again, going towards buying the stuff, since it's ridiculously expensive now. You know, one candy bar is almost $2.
No.
Well, in the grocery store it is.
Oh, the grocery store, yeah. You buy it by itself, yeah.
So I'm just saying that even $25 now doesn't go very far. That's more like a week's
Yeah.
worth of candy for a kid.
Yeah, I think that's strike a pretty good balance, and not only that, if somebody wants to drop their kids off and the reason is keeps them busy for a week and, you know, and no daycare cost or whatever, $25 is not that much for.
And the truth is, they were gonna give their kids some money for canteen.
Here's the average for reference. At junior camp, $15 was deposited per kid, junior high $12.50, and senior high $19. So for the most part, like Kenny said, between 50 and 75% of what they're gonna pay, they were gonna pay already anyway in the form of giving their kids money for canteen. This just helps maybe, if it even helps one or two or three kids to say, I got some skin in the game, so I'm gonna go. Well, those are three kids we get to talk to and share the gospel with, that as inconsequential as $25 sounds, maybe it was enough just to keep it in the forefront that you want to
Do you
say.
take walk-ins on Sunday? They have to pay?
So we don't generally have, honestly, we rarely have walk-ins anymore because there's so much advertising on the website and we fill up, or that we haven't had, I mean, day camp we still do, but.
Even last year, we had one family come who I just told them basically, go home and wait and I'll call you.
Is that for overnight camp?
Yeah.
Yeah, the overnight camps, they were, from us last year, they made a point. I mean, we had to close registration a couple of times because we're no staff. And then day camp, we could probably get to that point where we've been kind of lowering it down, but, you know, just because of history, that's how we did it, we just showed up. But as time goes on, and it's a little more difficult, I would say that, like this year, we had, you know, we kind of set it so we knew like if 15 people showed up, we could take them. But, you know, we're getting out to 180 kids, so you have 100 down staff, and it's just it helps a whole lot more to know ahead of time. And part of that was, you know, 5 weeks, right before COVID, and we started trying to do some of the training. There's a lot of kids who didn't have internet at home. Most of them now are able to get it at home, but
I'm interested to see how it works.
Could we also, and you already mentioned it, set up a will call? I mean, if you do cut off registration, then you have people that cancel,
Yeah, we do. We call.
Yeah.
We have a list.
trying to get people to come down
Yeah.
and fill
Yeah.
spots.
And a lot of those spots were filled, even the kids that canceled ahead of time. We were able to call a lot of kids and ask them to come. The problem was it was that week and a lot of them had something already to do. Like I said, parents are looking for daycare. So if they can't, you know, if they don't have
Find
that,
something else.
yeah.
So here's the other question then, and because we'll come back to the motion, is we talked yesterday about, do we want to set a percentage overflow that we would say, okay, if we think we can take 50 kids, because, or I'm gonna say, let's say guys and girls, because that's how we do it. We have 6 guy counselors, we have room for 40 kids, let's cap it at 46 instead of 40, because historically 20%. I mean, do we feel comfortable that if the Lord brought all 46, we could figure out what to do with them, and we would just shift cabin? Guys and girls, we have a little bit of
With
flexibility.
the registration fee, cut that down.
What's that? No, it may, but obviously we have a little bit of wiggle room. We typically figure on like 7 per counselor, because that's how many, I'm sorry, 6 per counselor, because that's how many beds most of the cabins have. Now, you could shift a bed into, I mean, you can still keep within a reasonable number and have an extra 2 in cabin 2 or 2 in 15, to where I would think that overshooting by 15% probably would be a safe thing still. But we'd like to make sure, if you guys are okay with that, based on the data from the last couple of years, that you think that's, obviously, we just want the most kids here we can have. We hate to cap it at 60 and have 12 no-shows, knowing that 3 or 4 people would have signed up had they could. Because we did shut them down last year for a period of time, because we could hit our cap, so.
And typically speaking, and I know this is true at Turkey Hill as well, it's the boys that aren't coming. You know, at the last minute, I don't want to go, you know, so I think we definitely need to look at that data as well.
Okay.
Because it's not so much the girls that are not showing up, it's
Yeah.
Well,
sometimes
I
the boys. Mostly.
but I would say that decision, if you just say you're okay with shooting them, that really would be, I would think Nicole is pretty well versed, you should be able to make that decision on your own.
Yeah.
Like, you know, and I think with the girls, I can bump it up to an extra 6. But because what everybody knows here today, you have a lot better pulse on what you think you'd be able to take.
Yeah. Well, we could easily, I mean, I don't know if this is a board decision or not, but we could easily grab cabin 6 for the girls. If we're fine with that.
That's fine.
You know what I'm saying? Like, because, and Turkey Hill had to do that. They had to take the lower cabins of their cedar. They used the bottom of cedar for girls because they had so many more girls requesting to come than boys.
And that would be, the cabinet would be assigned, would be up to you as the director, I would think, which way it's always been,
Hold on.
but you're the one, I think Nicole is going to have a better pulse on what you can have.
Registration depends on the staffers, doesn't it?
Right.
Right, but that's what Nicole has the pulse on.
Yeah.
Historic, but like this year, we had early on, we had twice as many girl staff as guys. And then for whatever reason, what was really strange this year, I think, was, I'm not kidding, the 2 weeks before camp started, I bet we got 15 or 20 staff applications in like 2 weeks. Like, it was 10 to 15. I mean, it was like, come on, guys, maybe can you sign up a little early? Because you didn't know they were going to be. If we had known that, we wouldn't have had a set limit on any of our camps because we had plenty of staff. But a lot of them didn't sign up until the very end.
It was like they were trying to find summer jobs, weren't able to find jobs, so then they were like, hey, can you come to camp?
A couple of them, I mean, at least 1 or 2, we had to say, no, we don't really need. I mean, there were other circumstances behind those, but.
Are you taking people for a certain age, like 7 to 12, and what is junior high, and senior like 13 to 17? Because I came down,
Do you have
I'm gonna
your
say what maybe,
ages?
there's one girl named Tinsley.
Which one?
She went to all 3 of them, and she was 13 years old.
She was the only one who went to all 3. I think there might have been one other girl, but yeah, we have a very strong 13-year-old age range right now. But maybe there were more. Dave might
There were,
know.
Ellie and Hayden,
Yeah.
right.
So
all,
That would be the only,
What-
yeah, next year we would be able to, but
What-
last year we
what happened, Kevin, was our senior high camp was not full as of our last day camp, and going even into July, and that's when Kayla started doing more advertising. The first and second week of July, boosted the posts for junior high and senior high, because neither one of them were full. So we made the decision to go ahead and open it. Well, first we were keeping kids only being able to go to 2. So anyone who wanted to go to 3 was waitlisted immediately.
But one time when I was after it, I took in a 5-year-old boy and he did okay the whole week.
Yeah.
We wouldn't do
so,
5-year-olds.
So back to the 13-year-old thing, we did decide though, like the counselors who had the girls that went 3 times, it was way too much. Like by the 3rd week, they were so dramatic, they were exhausted. We will not be doing that again. Sorry, you're gonna have to take 2 weeks and that's it. But that particular age group, that 13, we have a really big group of girls in that 13-year-old range. So we wanted to capture the time to spend with them. But the 3rd week proved to be pretty hard on them. So I don't know that we'll have another age group quite as big as that. Like that's kind of a special circumstance. But we did, so senior high was supposed to be, I think we started out as 15 to 17, but we would allow kids to come who were 14. Then we did drop it down to 13 because we still didn't have enough kids to fill the camp.
How old is junior high supposed to be?
Like 14.
14 to 17.
13 to 17.
Well, it is now. But our intention was to try to keep it high schoolers to senior high, or at least going into senior high. And if you had an exception like a sibling or a friend, we would allow that.
What the age of junior high be?
Junior high I think we
Or 11 to
allowed,
13.
it was supposed to be what?
Wait, 11 to 13?
Yeah, 11 to 13, but like, if you
Oh, 10 to
put in your birthday and you were 14, you could still go. So Kayla kind of expanded the age, you know. We had some phone calls of people wanting their 10 and 11-year-olds to come.
We love them.
I don't know about the 10-year-olds. We
But the kids
decided,
don't.
10 to 14. for
did we do
junior
10?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately it was, we wanted everybody to have a chance to go to 1 camp. It turned out everybody had a chance to go 2 if they wanted. We had the staff, so we wanted to fill the beds, and it worked out pretty well. But it takes a lot of juggling to make that happen, right? Because we want everybody to have a chance, and there were certain groups that were just signing up really fast at first, which is a good problem to have. But
So,
As
and
long
then,
as I've been here, we've always done that. I mean, if there was kids that were wanting to come and they were close enough, like we wouldn't let a
yeah.
8, 7-year-old come to senior camp, but yeah.
The one caveat I would say that is we've probably been pretty strict the last couple of years that if you're 5, 6, 7, you're not coming. That's too young.
No, I'm just saying.
Oh, I know, yeah.
I'm just throwing out numbers saying we wouldn't let a 7-year-old come to, but
No.
an 11-year-old, there's some mature 11-year-olds that you wouldn't know that they were 11 years old, you'd let them come to senior camp.
Right. I'm saying that's the only thing we've kind of said. We've kind of said, you know what, the young ones, we're not going to let them slip into junior because they take a lot of work for each of counselors. And so we've been pretty firm to say 8 years, and 8's pretty young already. Some camps don't take 8-year-olds, so 8's the baseline, and that's where we feel pretty good about keeping that there. Just the last thing on the registrar. Did you have a question, Rick? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so then,
No,
we're all
we'll come back.
clear on this registration fee. It's a non-refundable, and we're gonna let people know in advance, this is something new at camp, we're gonna do this. And if the amount is 25 or 20?
I think 25 is what we've kind of.
there will be fees too that come out of that. Kayla has already looked into it, just so you know, because you either have to use PayPal, Spindly, I think
Stripe.
is Stripe.
Well, they can use Tidely.
Well,
No,
Either
in
way.
order to link it to our
it's 3,
database.
it's 3% plus 30
Okay.
cents.
Okay, so we'll have a small fee there'll be a $1.50 fee probably out of it.
We'll make that back up in canteen
Yeah,
and save.
yeah, we will,
Because
yeah.
the money's gonna go to canteen then, so it's still a free camp.
So
And you're
they
gonna
will
pay your
go
kid for
take that out the
canteen,
end
so I
of
don't
the
see
month,
any
right?
issue there.
Not
And it's gonna be for each individual kid, so family's got 4 kids.
That would be my only question on the
Yeah.
families and each kid. But I'm saying, that would be my only thing, if you had 3 kids that were coming, $75, I know it doesn't sound like a whole lot to us. So you might, you know, I just and we can revisit it next year, but just to settle, I mean, 20 or 25.
Yeah, well, and that amount could be divided up into.
Here's the reason why it's important is those are some of the worst offenders at times. They ones that have 3 or 4 kids who don't show.
Right.
So they still have the caveat, they can email us if they can't afford it. If it's a problem,
Yeah.
it'll be very clear. If this is a problem, let us know.
Contact us.
Contact us, yeah.
So can we settle that right now? And
Yep.
deal with- Yeah, so I would make a motion that we, have a non-refundable individual $25, registration fee that would go to the canteen money. And then we get on with that.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Second motion,
I mean, if somebody's got an issue with, we can revisit
They
it.
can cry to her. She's the registrar.
Yeah.
They do, they cry to the registrar.
And to be fair, that's always, I mean, like, up until a point, we started not doing any registration fee. And I'm
Yeah,
sorry
yeah.
for the discussion after your motion,
Yeah,
but in the past, they could always reach out to Dave and say,
Yeah.
hey, so, like, the registration fee was not a negotiable back in the day. If they had an issue, they could reach out
Yeah.
and say they had an issue. So we've just gone, what, 4 years without, or, 5 years or whatever, without a registration fee completely, but we're just going back to the way things were, and I think that's fair.
And well, it's actually, you're going beyond that because the registration fee didn't go to your canteen. So
Well,
really,
yeah,
you can't
right.
still get no.
I'm just talking about the registration fee.
Correct.
Yeah.
right,
And there are exceptions, so.
yeah. And they-
But, I mean, having information about all the no-shows and stuff, it would be good if people.
And you can explain, we can explain to them, that's the reason we're doing it, is to encourage everybody to be accountable if they want to come. And, I mean, $25 if an emergency comes
But,
up.
and I think most parents, when you say a registration fee, the no-cost camp, it goes to their canteen, they're gonna be like, well, that's a no-brainer. You're gonna spend it anyway there, so I don't think it's an issue. I mean, hopefully it'll curtail some of that.
Okay, we got a motion, I did have a second. Okay, I'll second the motion. That we do a $25 non-refundable, as Rick said, transfer into the account with the potential for a parent reaching out. We can word it if they're unable to. So, all in favor?
And that, with that part, yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye.
Good. Passed. Okay, the last thing here is really just a split note. We talked about this a little earlier. Our goal is, and we had a parent actually offer to do this. I can't remember who this was, Nicole, but one of the people who came to day camp or something, or one of the rentals, so they might do this. But we might look at this at the online shop, with like the mugs and stuff. So with
It's
this,
actually Erica Guitar, which is an in-law to Amy.
so just with the new logos and such, just coming up with some more creative paraphernalia for Dayspring, be it like the insulated mugs or the shirts so this is really another way for PR, but for people to buy stuff they want. Probably what we would do is have some of these on hand, a limited amount, so we're not carrying a bunch of inventory. One thing I'd say was really productive last year was a lot of, again, and this comes from young kids who have motivation. So a lot of the high school and college kids, they went to all these resale shops, Plato's Closet, Goodwill, bought flannels that'd be very similar to, what Rick's wearing or Ken's wearing, and in some cases bought these for, you can see Tina's here, bought these for $1 or $2, because they have a sale day on a Saturday. So it's a thrift shop, they're used, right? And they bought like 20, 30 of these. There's a person that we know that does embroidery, $7 a shirt. So basically you had $8 to $10 in one shirt, and we'd sell them for $25, and they would sell like very quickly. In fact, the last couple rental groups we had here, they wanted some shirts, we just didn't have any more. So, along with the Dayspring ones like this. So you'll notice obviously the Dayspring ones, there's no dates, so those can carry over year to year. But just to make you guys aware, that's another way for PR. We're hoping in the future to kind of just get Dayspring known even more.
Hats too.
Hats, yep. So hats, shirts, any of that stuff. So with the new logos, I think they look pretty cool. So
I apologize, real quick. $25 fee,
yeah,
but we have to pay someone $1.50.
that's fine. We'll make that up.
That'll
in
be in the
canteen.
wording, if you don't, I mean, you're taking that out of, that goes to the candy. We
Well,
gotta
what
pay
I'm
that, you gotta
saying
pay that
is the
anyway.
child can only have $23.50 in their account.
No, when he was, we'll make it up in canteen.
Yeah, I mean, right, because we're paying, you're paying that fee regardless if somebody gave you something even in the canteen.
Unless they bring in cash or check.
Right, but I said, you were saying people give it timely, and then, you can make what you can, yeah, I mean, you either make it up or you put the note in there like you guys probably do, is, hey, just, if you wanna cover the cost of this transaction, it's an additional, whatever, you can put that in there, but like you said, we'll make it up.
Okay, I just wanna make sure that that's.
The good thing is too, also at the end of the week, I mean, they can add more money, and whatever they add on top of that, I would say that could be refunded. Like, so if they come and they wanna add another $25, it'd be like, some of these kids who bought 12 sodas and a share with their camper or their cabin, then okay, fine, whatever you add on top of that, if you wanna collect at the end of the week if you want. Most people donate it, not everybody, very few collect it back, but it'll make that less hectic too at the end of the process. I wouldn't even mention to them if they want to get their money back, but if they did give more, they could protect. Some parents also, the kids at like $100, you're like, we're gonna put this into your canteen just for safekeeping, and you'll get it at the end of the week if you want it. It's kind of funny how kids are.
You don't have a limit.
No, Lennon.
You're a bank.
Well, we wouldn't want to hold like a grand for the kid, but yeah, no. The most we've had, I think someone did $80. Most, and the next one down was probably.
You wanna give interest too?
Do you pay better interest in the banks too? Better than 5 cents a month?
We gotta take a good deal on soda.
I'll start giving you my money.
Hey, they had a kid, how many bottles of KK, the Fritz's Root Beer he buy?
10,
10 bottles is a good deal.
Who did?
I can't.
Some
two
kid.
different campers.
I can't.
Yeah.
Keep records on it.
KJ actually had a really
You gotta
good
understand.
inventory of what we sold and what was popular and how much each kid spent, and it helped us for inventory. It was very, very helpful. So if you guys didn't see it, I don't know if it's still up there, but now at the canteen, you can go see the menu on the televisions outside the canteen. It keeps a real-time inventory, so how many Twix do we have left, how many, so it's kind of a neat thing. I mean, it's something that, honestly, when people come to Dayspring, they're like, wow, you guys are actually ahead of the curve on, it's kind of a cool
You take
thing.
those TVs in the winter?
They'll be coming, if they're not, did we get them in or not?
Next
We
week.
want to borrow one for the winter, Scott, is that what you're
No,
asking?
I'm just wondering if they can stay out all winter.
I think they probably could, but he actually was gonna take them down last weekend, but we'll probably do it the next week.
So the thing about the inventory, KJ, it is literally, real time, because there was a kid, like 3 kid line, he wanted a root beer, and he went for one. And he was like, no!
That was me.
Real time.
Okay, so that wraps up register, so we're down to 3 things, again, 2 we're gonna leave after lunch, but this second topic here, which again, we got about 20 or so minutes, if we wanna stay on time. I thought it was a good time just to kind of, since we are talking future vision, is kind of the thought of camp manager. Caleb and Tina came on, it's been a couple of years, and they were down here for 2 years camp. Their official title, I think, is, maintenance director or camp maintenance, along the lines of maintenance, right? That was kind of what they're steered toward. I thought about the camp manager component a little bit more just because it's reading the bylaws, you see references to the camp manager and such. I would say the Lord has, at least from my vantage point, I feel like with many hands on deck, the camp has operated really well the last couple of years, but I don't know that's necessarily long-term how we want to operate it. I would probably envision, and you guys know more than I do about how it was operated with the camp manager, I would envision probably our end state would be somewhere of a hybrid between the two. Maybe we relied too much on a camp manager for certain things, and maybe not enough on others. I'm making a general statement. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm curious again, when we're looking vision, and this could be anywhere from 1 year to 5 years, I would be just curious what you're, on a scale of 1 to 10, how important is it to identify or recruit or find a camp manager, and how would that role look differently or the same as what we had before? So does that question make sense? So I'm gonna throw that out there for anybody that's here, because ultimately, you know, we'll be the ones that will be.
If one thing doesn't make sense to me, if you're going to have camp manager, he's going to be in control of all the Sherman. Why you need manager, you got Sherman doing different subjects. But if the manager's going to take over the Sherman, then you won't have any Sherman.
You're talking about committee chair people?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the bylaws provide for committee chair people as well as a camp manager, so the two don't necessarily, can't be, I mean, it can be done at the same time. That may just mean what control does a camp manager have, so that may factor into what I'm at is, you know, the question is, how important is it, and how would their roles look?
Defining.
Right, what would it look like for us? What would we like to see our camp manager do at Dayspring? In a perfect world, I mean, again, with many of you having been involved for many years, some only involved for a handful of years, some of you knowing some camps and other camps. Again, two-part question. How important on a scale of 1 to 10, how does that role look like to you? Maybe compared to what it was before. Recently.
I feel like now you're the manager of the kitchen and you're the manager of the grounds.
I agree.
We already have a manager. You're here all the time.
Well,
I agree with you. We did
What would
not discuss
an
this
extra
ahead of
manager
time.
do?
But that's what I see too, is you two
Or me?
coordinate, and then Kurt helps, Kevin helps, but you all coordinate to keep things managed and within reason as far as
Management
tension
team.
and stress within the group, within the body.
And it's really been divided even further than that, you know, as far as, and like Rick does a lot of things.
Oh, yeah.
It used to be that Dave kind of had a checkbook, either treasurer or somebody else had to sign,
Yeah.
that kind of thing, and kept those transactions, you know. Some of the day-to-day duties of some of the, went to officers rather than.
And to some degree,
It's working, what we're doing now is working.
And to some degree, that actually has been a good thing for, you know, this accountability, and just, there was some, you know, I think it's been a good thing.
Yeah.
And we
And I
did-
know where I know some of the things you're referencing.
Charlie, are you saying that this is broken over fixing?
Kind of, but, yeah.
Well,
I think maybe what I'm saying is it was broken and now we fixed it.
And I just, one of the things we did talk about, probably, when we were, before Tina and Kid came on, you know, we did have this discussion of what do you want to do, and I think everyone agreed, obviously, we voted for it, we voted for, was that Dayspring would see that it was a much bigger benefit to have someone like Caleb, because Caleb was very, I mean, Rick, when you put out, remember you put out the requirements, what we were looking for, it wasn't someone to be day-to-day operations of operating the camp. And that's actually, the Lord brought them, Caleb doesn't, he'll tell you, Caleb, very knowledgeable, and you enjoy talking about as far as what he's doing now, that is his gift. It's what he was in charge of the school. But I think, remember when we talked about that, was what do we want for the next 3 to 5 years? I think we all felt like having Caleb with all this stuff. And I remember when we brought, when Caleb, Tina first came, a couple of the questions was, it's funny, some of the scenarios we gave them, actually, we do. And like, I remember like, hey, if you know, we have this vision of seeing all these cabins done, having this, do this, how do you feel if, like, hey, you got some guys that might not come down till Thursday, Friday, or Monday, are you okay? Like, hey, we really can see, if you can get this done before then, that will be help. Do you see that, is that a good fit? Are you okay with that? And he said, absolutely. And that's exactly what has happened. So I think when we were hopeful with Tina and Caleb, Tina, I don't know what we're talking about you, but I think has come to fruition. I think, does that mean, so for me, a camp manager, as you increase and size, you increase in amount of use, I can see down the road, but for me, it'd be closer to like a 5-year thing, and then something else would have to occur before that. We would have to have another building where you have a place for the stay. So,
And certainly we don't want to encumber
he has a responsibility, but if he's free, I mean, I know he asked Ken, hey, how can I help? You need me here on Friday night, I'll do it. So I think it's been a great fit.
He always wants to help fry the food, I don't know.
Question is, does he wash his hands after he cleans?
No.
Well,
Well, yeah,
it's either one right after the other.
he doesn't wash his hands after he goes to the bathroom. I don't know about the other way. Teresa?
I would ask Tina and Caleb, do you want a cabin, camp manager, or do you need one? They're the ones that.
Well, Caleb was here too, that'd be good.
Yeah, I mean,
Do you want a third person? We think they're the two pets. Do you want a third person? Someone that lives, do you want the
I
manager to live here?
I would get a camp manager to do that on the site.
I would
Yeah,
think
they
it
would
would
have to
really be helpful, honestly, to have.
Tell us how would it be helpful? What would they do that you don't do or don't hear?
PR for one thing.
Yeah.
That would be a major plus, because in being, grounds and maintenance, we don't really have the time for PR
Exactly.
as well. And Caleb has days where he works like super long days where he comes in and he's like, it really would have helped to have a second guy helping, because it would have gone a lot faster, a lot smoother than doing it by himself when there's not other guys down volunteering, so.
Depends on what the manager.
But what you're saying really isn't what a camp manager would do.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, so you're looking at more another maintenance person.
Other than the PR.
Right, which that, it's just PR, you don't have to have someone here for that.
Yeah.
Regular.
It'd be good. Yeah, because I've thought about that a lot. One, ideally, if we had one, would be a husband and wife team, just to keep any kind of confusion or anything that they come up. Two, that it would be on site, and if we do something on site for a family again, because I've lived down here, get it a little off site so they have a little privacy and they don't get burned out because they feel like they have to be involved in it. In the past, our camp manager did everything. I don't agree with that. I mean, we got committees and it seems to be working pretty good, but it would be good to have somebody down here all the time that's on site, that that knows the feel and the direction of the camp and the board, and is kind of a go-to person when there are questions at a camp of, okay, what's the policy? So they would have to really know that. But I think the camp manager, again, with specific things, like we did with those guys, would be being involved in local outreach. And we're talking about all kinds of other ministries, and we don't have people down here, so they would be down here for those, which would be another thing for them to be on site. So the role would be a little different than what we had before, So again, there would be another family down here, so if there's a project and there's nothing going on, but there would be somebody that's going out and speaking to the local churches, and/or we're gonna have archery, and there's always gonna be somebody down there, so. But I think it's a good go-to, and then again, too, for someone that can also be down there with a checkbook too, so there's another person here that can write checks instead of one driving all over. But keep an eye on, okay, guys, we're out of balance here, we're in balance here.
I would say to the three of you especially, how much time in a week are you putting into Dayspring? Because it seems to me a lot. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but how long can you maintain that level? And then on that note, I totally agree with what both of these are saying, and I cannot tell you, as the main person here on site, and I think Dave can speak to this as well, for the past 2 years, we have got to have an authoritative figure who can instill some discipline in the kids. Our junior high, this past year, we had a rocky situation. The year before that, senior high, and the year before that, senior high. And then we still, we try to instill, because even Tina and Caleb, and they don't necessarily listen to us.
We've actually been laughed at for trying to.
Well, that's really gonna be your director.
Well,
That's, I mean, John Messerly at senior camp, he's on top of that.
most camps, that's not how it's
But,
supposed
no,
to
I'm saying, but the way we are set up right now, that's gonna be your director.
The buck stops.
The camp manager, a lot of camps, the camp manager is like, he's overseeing the program, but the day-to-day operation of the camp, that week of camp, they don't get that involved in.
I don't know that I necessarily agree, because like Terry Sapper was week 1. Then
Right.
you go to Able, and it's a totally different, when you have 3 weeks of staff there, and you have a different boss each week, and things change, I just don't know, you know, you're still dealing with teenagers who could use a common voice. Like, they were coming to me and telling me, junior high week, hey, the kids aren't listening to us, they're not obeying. Well, I don't know what to tell you, I'm in the kitchen.
But that's what I'm saying, is
you know?
really they should have been going to the director.
I know
But
in
the
the
director
past,
wasn't responding.
I understand that, but then that's a criticism of the director that needs to be addressed. Because I can tell you, when John Messerly is here, as soon as he knows about an issue, he's addressing it.
Okay,
And I-
well, so then I went to the staff
Yeah.
coordinator and let him know, you know, maybe this isn't a good fit. You know, that's what I'm just saying.
Right. But I'm saying, I don't know that we necessarily want a camp manager engaged in the day-to-day operation of the kids, and whether or not if they need to be talked to or disciplined. I don't personally think that's what you want them to do.
I don't think that should be the rule. I
Right.
think that should be the exception. That
Right.
at no organization would they go to the board president to say, hey, right, your CEO might go to the board president, but there should be a CEO. And the board is up here. And so what I'm saying is, so like if a frontline supervisor is not managing their employees, they're not going to go to the board president or to the board or to any of the board committees. They're going to have someone who's overseeing it. There's different supervisors, you know, they're going to go to their manager, their boss. I think that in the event, no, the manager should not be dealing with the day-to-day, but that manager could be interfacing with the director if something needs to be done, right?
Sure.
usually,
Certainly,
usually in the past, the manager go to the board and report everything what's been going on, what he did. He's in charge of everything. And I had one time, don't you need a Sherman committee for certain thing? They said, no, that's all go to the manager. Registration, ground control, and canteen, kitchen, all go to the manager. And that seemed like they put a lot of pressure on him to do all the work.
Yeah, I think that, and I've said this all, I've told you this, I think that there needs to be someone who's taking care of day-to-day maintenance. I think that there's someone who should be involved in, if you will, the spiritual side of the camp. I think that there should be someone who's kind of overseeing everything. What that looks like, I don't know, but
Yeah.
so we have a committee who's doing the staff, what do we call it, staff training programs, you know,
Right.
schedule speakers, that's fine, right? Whether you keep it at a committee or whatever, but I think, and we got the executive director of maintenance and operations here, and then we got the executive director of kitchen and pizza over here, and that's fine to a recent point, you know, but we do need to be looking to the future, because at some point you're gonna be wore out with maintenance and operations or not be able to.
Well, that would be the case, but you can use that argument. You have a manager he's not gonna be here all the time.
No, I understand, but so I'm just saying we need to be looking to the future to be building this up.
I agree. I do think, though, you have to be careful, because we did have the other method, and Dayspring's in a unique situation.
Yeah.
In that we don't have tons of revenue coming in. And even when you compare ourselves to like Turkey Hill, I mean, I'm just taking the local camps, Storybook, those that most of us know, there's a lot more revenue, and you have a bigger number, so we can't, the problem is if you're gonna bring in a camp manager right now, you would have to find somebody who's either said, yes, I'm retired, I don't need anybody, or we just don't have enough operations going on to support that. What we had before, when you had, a long time ago, before Dave was here, you had, Scott's family was down here, you had Bert Grant students, but they were semi-retired, and it worked well for them, for what they were doing. They did that Bert kind of brand thing, and then you had, we even had Harold Rowe was down, but they were semi-retired, they were all retired, and there wasn't any funding that was required to come out of Dayspring. So I think you're in a unique thing, and so you're gonna have to define, you have to understand, those all sound great, you remind me of a guy who wants to come in and run a big church or whatever, and he's like, hey, I gotta set all these pillars up for how we're good, and that's all great, you need that, it's the hard. The problem is if you came to me and said, hey, Kenny, we want you to come down, we want you to be camp manager, and here's all the things you're gonna do, I'd be like, well, one, you got to pay me somewhere, I got to raise a bunch of money because I've got, my wife still, I'm still working. Or I would be like, well, that's not really a whole bunch. I mean, I see Caleb and Tina doing that. You guys have these committees that are working well. I can oversee, but really that's like a 20-hour job week for me.
See, and I'm not saying we need it right now.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I heard you.
That's my point is, right now where we're at, that's why I said, thinking, you're thinking that if we continue to grow, I'm looking 3 to 5 years, because like Rick would said, we gotta have a building for something. I wouldn't want to ask anybody to come down and stay in the cook's cab, the speaker's cabin again, especially to have a kid for more than a couple months until we got something. What I'm just saying is, it's hard because Dayspring is very unique. In that, Turkey Hill, they have a lot of revenue coming. They charge $200 and something bucks a kid. Storybook's a unique place. You learn from them, but I don't think they were trying to model what they have because they're unique and they don't even charge rentals.
Yeah.
Coming in. I think you look at more camps like that, or so there's another camp out in southern Missouri. But most camps are charging, so you have some revenue coming in to help with things. We don't, and we're unique in that situation. That's all I'm saying is I think you have to almost define what do you want your camp manager to do, and then say, okay, how does that fit into what we're doing, and then how does that look? Does that look like something you need to do in 3 years, 5 years? But I think it's kind of hard when we don't even, right now, with some of the stuff we're talking about, I don't think they would even have that responsibility. They wouldn't have enough to do that because of the way things are. But you say, how long you can't do it? Well, you hope that Ken does it for a while and the Lord brings somebody else to it. You hope KJ gets married and says, hey, I want to be down there. So, hey, maybe that's
But is that the model you want? And that decision needs to be thought about. Is that the model you want? Is committees doing everything the way we're doing it now, long term? Or do you want someone long term to manage?
Well, that's the thing. I was saying, you almost have to define what you want your manager to do.
Oh, and I'm not disputing that. I agree with you.
But I also
I got a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things that people have said. So is that something that needs to be done? Is define. I mean, but it doesn't do any good to define what you want in a manager if you don't think you need a manager, right?
Well, that's the problem. The point is, so you find. I will say this. There's a lot of factors that go into it, and actually, I'll be honest, the committee stuff has worked a whole lot better than I thought it was going to. I mean, I was like, oh, we're going to need something. I don't think anybody, well, maybe so, maybe Ken's got a pretty good vision. But yeah, I thought it would work well. But it's worked better than I had hoped. But we had to do that because, who was going to come down to Dayspring? We were in such turmoil, and so when that kind of came up, that's some great ideas. Me personally, I think it's working well, and I think for the short term, even right now, I think the next 3 to 5 years, I think it's fine. But I do think that we ought to look and say, okay, if we're going to move that direction, what do you want them to do? What do we have? And so, what are there needs that aren't being met right now that a camp manager could do to make it worthwhile? Like when Caleb and Tina came down, and that's, I mean, man, we need somebody. We don't have anybody down here to do that stuff. We can't expect people from St. Louis to come down. We can't go down a lot already. But, and that fit, what Caleb and Tina want to do, that fit that perfectly. So I think it goes back to, that's why I think it's good to do these meetings, is you look at what do you want to see in 5 years. So what you want to see in 5 years, Caleb and Tina can't accomplish, and we can't accomplish, and I'm like, okay, then, yeah, you gotta do it. Or do you try and find somebody, if you're like, well, it's just PR, well, then maybe try and find someone that doesn't have to be on site, because you can do that now.
Yeah.
But I think you have to almost define, what is it that you want to see in 5 years, and then defines out the role of a manager, define some of those things, not specifically, but, just broadly, and if they say, yeah, that's what we need, then okay, let's kind of let's define that, what we'd like for Dayspring now, and let's move forward and say, let's say by, 2030, we have that. That would be my thought on the thing, but I think, the committees I think are working, are they perfect? No. But I have people all the time who run companies that I know, and like, you guys are pretty blessed. To have it work efficiently.
The thing is, obviously when we divide up the manager's duties, and that essentially is what we've done. We divide it up into 3 or 4 other people's roles and responsibilities. Now, we've heard today about a couple of the misses there. So, one of them is an escalation path for if the director's not holding up their responsibilities, who do you escalate to? And, and we're all wearing a lot of hats, right? I mean, so maybe if it's not working out, maybe one of the vice presidents, they're the escalation point. So something not being dealt with by the director, somebody's boots on the ground in camp, and they say, hey, something needs to be done about this. They know who to escalate. So that's, I think.
So I think for that, Charlie, I think part of that is training.
Yeah.
So really, I agree with most camps. I did 15 years at Turkey Hill, sometimes 6 camps in summer when I graduated from college. And as much of a pain as Steve Allen could be, Steve Allen, hey, this is Kenny's week and he's in charge and the buck's up. Now I didn't have to deal with the horse, the girls down there. That was Steve. Usually the head counsel would take care of that. But if there was an issue, I dealt with it.
Yeah.
And if it was bigger than now I would never send anybody home. And probably 15 years Turkey Hill, I sent one person home, and I went to Steve and said he needs to go home. And he said, what happened? And I told him, he said, call his mom. So I would never have sent him home without his permission. But other than that, no, I didn't bother Steve with stuff. And so if we're having, like what Nicole's sharing, it's probably on our behalf, we probably need to let people know as directors, okay, here's what's expected if you've done it for 5 years. John obviously knows. But if some of the other ones, if that's are going on, at the time, if it's outside, we probably have to go somewhere else. But I think it's something that we need to go back and say, okay, here's what we expect of you. And if you have problems, these are the things. So some of that is probably teaching them what we expect of them.
Yeah, because even Terry Sapper expected me to call the parents and have them.
And so that's
I'm just the registrar.
so that's our fault for not making things clear to the directors. But here's what you're responsible for.
But who does the director go to?
There was a commitment this year that there was a board member here every week of the summer.
Yeah.
And I talked to Terry and I talked to John on several occasions to either give them support, look at the manual, here's what it says. No, I didn't call parents, I think, because Nicole, I guess.
Were you
So,
supposed to be the one in charge?
not in charge, we made the decision.
I'm like,
No, ultimately.
Nobody told me that they.
No, when we talked about this summer, we made a commitment, there would be a board person here every week of the summer.
Yeah, but that was not communicated to the people in the office, that's who was responsible, because I didn't know.
Well, the director is ultimately responsible.
Yeah, the director.
But if the director then reports to the board, if the director has an issue, I was sat out here with Terry and we looked over the policy and procedure manual. I talked to John when there was the issue with the cell phones 2 years ago. I told John, no, John, here's a board. This is what we do. I'm not saying it's perfect. My point is that ultimately is who. I mean, there shouldn't be a whole lot that goes from the director to the board. I mean, if the director is trained,
No, it should be.
But the person was, but the policy was set up. that if something had to go above the director for some reason, there was always a board member who was at camp at the time.
Okay, well, let me tell you how this year went. If there was a problem and the director was not handling it, it came to me.
I know, but what I'm saying is that is on. we're not
And I'm talking about
disputing that.
staffing
We're not
and
disputing that. What I'm saying is, that is training on our part for letting the director. It should be the director's role. So if the director can't handle that, then you probably couldn't have him back. But my point is, if he didn't know that, Terry, well, probably next year, you can't, you'd say, hey, let's just go over a couple things and let's go over the book. You're responsible for this. So, if you have an issue, the buck stops with you. If you have an issue that someone's not listening to you, well, whatever board member's there that week, if Rick's there that week, you need to go talk to Rick. You let them make a decision on how to handle it. But no one's disputing it. I know you had that. My point is, that shouldn't have been that way. It is the director. So that falls on us as leadership of the camp that we didn't train them or we didn't give them that information
Okay.
correctly.
Well, this is the other thing though. If they are trying to manage the entire camp, is that too much to put on them?
Shouldn't be. It's been done for years.
We've done it forever that way.
These camps aren't that huge.
Yeah.
So Dave never had to deal with discipline issues.
He should have.
Dave dealt with the issue.
Yeah,
They always went to him. So, but the director should be doing it. And the director, the idea for the board member was if there were issues on policy. So it came up. Don was what do? We got a dog. We got people talking about a dog, or their cell phones, and we got people that are crying. So here's our policy. So now you.
I spoke to the girls last year as a board member from Dayspring to the staff,
Right.
and explained to them these are issues that can't be had here. But it's kind of said if someone has to go home, then yeah, John needs to make the call. Hey, your daughter and son come home. That's not, or his wife. If they're directing as a pair, I think he can have his wife call. That's better. But it's not a matter of there's going to be problems. But the buck that week, outside of policies and procedures, it stops with the director. That's where it's supposed to. It's supposed to.
Look, you're here all the time, so everybody sees
Right.
going in the goals.
Yeah.
But that's when you just gotta say,
I felt
that guy right
like
there.
we should at least have a male
Yeah.
who's an authoritative figure, who is designated for those 3 weeks for them to go to. I feel like it's very necessary. I don't think that it's.
Well, okay, I will
have
say.
someone to go to.
So maybe it was our fault that it wasn't communicated to you that if the director has an issue with policies and procedures, then they can come to the board member who's there at camp. That's who they should go to.
How are the directors being prepared? Are they just given, here's our policies?
Well-
Or do we talk to them about
That's
it?
so that probably needs to be.
It needs to be, well, yeah, we didn't have, this is the first year we had a policy and procedure manual, right?
Right,
So
right.
now, I think this year would be Terry Sapper, John Messerly, and Abel. Here are in December, here's our policy and procedure manuals.
Well, and Dave's
And-
gonna do one strictly for the
Right.
directors, and so he's gonna break it down, so they don't have to read 50 pages,
Well,
they got 2 or 4.
The issue is like, just for example, we don't have anything written in there specifically like about what to do with the boats and what the age limit is.
Well, there are some, we do have SIPs for, standard SOP for what to do. Some of it hasn't probably been, we've talked about that doing that, some of it we have. We do have, Kayla and I, remember we were working on it in the summer.
We did it for day camp, but day camp runs a lot different.
But as
than-
far as what to do with the kid, the pool, you're right, that stuff needs to be finished. Remember, this is the first year that we started trying to streamline this a little bit
Yeah.
more. But yes, you're right, those things will be,
So, but
How many directors do we have here? 3? So right now.
Right now, that,
So 3 here. And, I'm hearing from Kenny, who has like 16 years of experience being directors other places and so forth. Maybe there needs to be on the future upcoming summers, an onboarding process, and maybe you can take it on. You can have 3 conversations with each of, one with each of these directors and say, here's some things that we've seen that just a little bit of a one-on-one onboarding director training about the policies and procedures and what to do if this happens. You know what I'm saying? Especially if we see And then the other thing, that the director that didn't do so well, are they coming back? If they are, we need to have some special training, right?
And the longer they do it, they'll get better at it.
That's right.
I mean,
and I'm not saying, hey, they did a poor job, let's not have them back. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that it kind of heightens awareness of a need, of a little bit of awareness of the procedures and such things, and an onboarding process with an experienced, seasoned director.
Well,
It sounds like Kenny.
And well, to give you an idea, if Dave was directing, he doesn't need an authoritative male presence on the grounds, because very little is going to get past Dave. Because right there, you're going to do this, right? I mean, you've done the directing enough. You know how it works. But if there's something that has to come to the board, there is someone here where he can say, hey, this is what the board said, you know.
Everybody needs to know that escalation path, and they need to know what they're up against. Maybe they look at that and go, gee, I got to do all that. I don't feel comfortable with that. Well, maybe, not the right person
I
for
mean,
it.
I would say like Ethan did, that was a rental camp, but it's still kind of Dayspring. And, you know, he's been around me now doing camps, but yeah, I mean, we sat down, we went through stuff, and we gave some advice, we talked about stuff. That's a little bit different, it's a weekend thing, and he is, he's not 18, he's 26, but I think that one of the things we keep forgetting is a lot of the stuff, they've liked it for a long time.
Yeah.
So it was a first year, I think it, Nicole probably was a little frustrated, I understand that. I tried to come down at the beginning, John has Kevin's done a bunch of camps, so he gets some advice from them, but I think, I do think that all in all, it went pretty well. It's just, we talk about and learn from them. I think these are some great things that take back and say, let's do this a little better next year, right? I really think, the director thing was probably, Nicole, that's been honestly a problem for quite some time. So you're not gonna perfect it, in, 1 year, but I think it's a good process, and I
It's
just
a good thing
think.
to talk about. It's a good thing to talk about.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And
I'm glad you brought it up.
And then talk about the problems, which is, how do we make that better? How do we fix that so it doesn't happen again? And I think one of the things is we probably need to do a better job letting the director, now it will help. Dave is working on that manual, so that is the first year this year, but that will help. And we've had that in the past, like, I don't know what the policy is, like so-and-so does this.
That's the reason for the policy, because we were changing back and forth.
So
But I still see a good need in the future for a camp manager, not somebody that's gonna dictate either, but it's gonna come alongside these directors, give them that, they have that authority. I'm here to help you, you got questions, you got something I need to deal with, to help you, then they could step in. And back on your other point, it'd be ideal if these people were, two things, retired and have income, and they're taking it on as a ministry, not a job, because then, they're gonna be, and if they only have 20 hours, they're still gonna be out in this community, they're gonna be, bringing in that PR kind of thing, and intermingling with people and building relationships out
Rick,
there.
you're assuming a husband and wife, right?
Yeah, it has to be, because if it's just a man or just a woman, any accusation could come, and then you got other kind of problems, so. But,
If you're going to have
but
a
somebody
camp
has to
manager,
help, not as a dictator, so we.
if you're going to have a camp manager, does that manager have to be RMTA according to bylaws? I don't know if they that or not.
Bylaws do not specify anything about a camp. That's what they have to use as a camp manager.
I think easily it's a 20, because the guy who's here wanting to do those things, he's also going to want to get involved in the grounds. He's going to want to help break it, right? So there's not going to be any shortage of work, especially as we become more of a year-round. It sounds like, again, I'd like to repeat this to make sure I hear everybody correctly, it sounds like we all agree that there's a big benefit in having a camp manager. We'd probably see it in that, unless the Lord were to provide something we're not expecting, maybe in that 3 to 5 year window, as things stabilize here, as funding hopefully allows us to at least either share in that
So,
with the
yes,
person.
the question is when.
Right, so I think we all agree. I don't hear anybody say it.
Yes, but I think first for me,
What?
I think you need to find what you want to do. Because that to me, that will dictate to me when you need it. I mean,
Yeah.
if you say, hey, yeah, I think we can start.
Well,
If Rick said, hey, I got somebody, I think, a couple that's retired, would love, they can give us 10 hours a week, and they would do this, I'd be like, oh yeah, if they want to start
Yeah.
next year, go ahead. But if I think we define what you want and they can't manage, that to me will dictate what probably time
But
frame.
did we not specify that they would have to be on site?
I think we would like that, but I think if Rick said, hey, we got someone that would.
It doesn't have to necessarily be to work into it, but,
Right.
yeah.
One
But
thing I do
if we're
like
getting
to-
into other ministries,
Right,
there has to
absolutely.
be somebody here.
Before we leave that topic though, too, is Tina had mentioned that they would need help with you. Hopefully you guys don't feel like that it's your responsibility to take on PR. I mean, if you got an opportunity to let people know what we're doing here, but I feel that you, for what you guys came on to do, that's really not your responsibility. You understand that?
I would agree.
You don't feel, Caleb, don't feel to take on the people. You know what I'm saying?
No, but what I do see Caleb, he feels very vested in what he does, and I see whenever there's opportunity, and correct me if I'm wrong, Caleb, but I know like when other groups are down, they like Tina and Caleb.
Yeah,
And he's very visible, so he tends to be able to start talking to them.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
he start talking about the camp, what goes on, and
Yeah.
so he does, in that sense, there's PR
Yeah,
going on.
yeah.
But like you said, you don't feel like you have to reach out and you'll do that.
Yeah, but don't feel like you need to switch hats.
Right.
And put on your PR hat and then go out on the, visit churches, such things like that. That's really not, don't feel responsible to do those kind of things. But if you have an opportunity and you want to do
Yeah.
something like that, by all means, but don't feel burdened with that responsibility.
Sure.
Okay, let's go ahead and pause here. I think lunch is almost ready. And depending upon what time it's ready, if we can get, we're at 12:50 right now, so maybe if we can get back together at like 1:30, 1:25, 1:30, depending on when lunch is ready, and then that'll give us probably 3 hours for our afternoon. We only have those 2 sections. I say only, they're obviously big sections.
Hey, has anybody heard from John Wooden? I'm getting a little worried about him.
Yes, but I thought he.
Oh, I didn't know, Rick probably.
Rick tried,
Oh, really?
Charlie couldn't reach him, his phone didn't
Oh.
work, but I don't know if Rick did.
I didn't.
Check with Rick.
Rick said he was gonna be here today.
Yeah.
There's another point that Tina. had
Sorry,
brought up,
we
too.
ain't already adjourned for yet, man. Sorry to go.
Just as another thought about this camp manager position, when we do have rentals, making sure that people are following the rules while we're not here. That's not what-
I couldn't hear you. Sure.
Making sure that people follow our rules when we're not here.
I said.
Like a rental.
So-
Like we were cooking like 2 weeks ago. There were kids that were jumping off of the lifeguard stand. Caleb said, no, you can't do that. Parents sitting all around. He goes away, he pushes it back away. He comes back, it's back at the pool edge, and they're jumping off again.
Yeah, I would, so what I would say I would think that's Tina and Caleb's responsibility, and so when he did that, all he had to do, the camp that we're renting has a person, a go-to person. You go to them and say, look, this is what's going on, it needs to stop. And if it doesn't stop, then you call Kent, call the board member and say, hey, you can't rent to these people anymore, because here's what happened. I think it's a simple solve. I mean, here's the deal with rules. The rules are always gonna get broken. I mean, I don't think it's just like anything else, you don't have someone at Aldi and you go to like, it's a well-known, you don't take cans of food and start throwing them and playing catch with them. So if you do, the person comes and say, hey, it's gonna stop. Doesn't stop, you get the manager, kick them out. I think the same things are, rules are gonna get broken and you let them know. I just think you're always gonna have rules broken. So in a case like that, Caleb, you probably you know who's in charge that weekend, just go to them, just say, hey, here's what's going on. If it doesn't stop, then make a phone call to Kent, because he does the rentals, and they can inform them, we're not gonna rent to you anymore. It's pretty simple.
I
But
did tell you something, too.
Did it
You're right.
stop?
There was other things.
There was other
That
things.
particular
Then
thing.
yeah, I would suggest in that case is that you just let me know. I'll reach out to the director if it's in the middle of the rental. Like, if this was Jeffrey's weekend, for example,
Yeah.
I just said, Jeffrey, here's what's going on. We can't have that happen. Now, mine, they all have liability policies, so if someone breaks their leg, that's why. But I would just talk to Jeffrey at the next breakfast. I need you guys to announce that, listen, your kids can't be. And my guess is if the parents know the kids are doing it, well, if the parents are sitting around there, that's not good. But is he just has to say, we can't, we've noticed this and this, we've said, we've asked once to stop. And then if it doesn't stop after that, then again, but then we have to at that point say, you know, we may not be able to rent to you again because, you know.
It was in particular this one girl, she wanted it in the pool. She was gonna get in the pool first thing, she was willing to break into the pool.
Right.
It was locked. It's the same girl,
Yeah,
and she was gonna go by herself, and I told her, I caught her trying to break in, and then she's like, well, and I said, pool's, she's like, I guess the pool's closed. And I said, yeah, and the gate's locked. Well, when will it be open? I said, probably about 30 minutes, because there's about 30 minutes left on the vacuum, and I'd already told them that, you know, the pool would be open at this time, you know, we had to clean it,
yeah.
it has to clean. And she's like, and it was 30 minutes, and she said, well, I don't have 30 minutes, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm not opening the pool.
Yeah, I
There's
just
no
say
adult
those
here.
situations, you guys, that was Jeffrey, you go to Jeffrey and say,
Yeah.
here, this is a serious, it was, kids do things all the time. We had that happen at our camps. So it's not like, it's like that, it's that unusual, it's not like somebody, you know, brought a gun and started shooting windows.
Right.
So I think we just have to, sometimes, you just, things happen, we're centers, the campers are centers, they do things they're not supposed to. In that case, I just would have gone to Jeffrey and said, here's what happened. Would you please make sure that doesn't happen again? And if that means if Jeffrey says, hey, would you mind come talk to I'll bring the parent, can we have it, so we get the facts straight? Because I think it's, you know, if Jeffrey thinks it's more serious, then you do that. And if it doesn't resolve, then I'd say you call Ken and let him deal with them, but.
You know, rentals are always tough because they're paying to rent the campground and we ask them to abide by the rules, but we know a lot of times they don't abide by the rules.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you a story since the food's not ready yet. When we were at Pinecrest about 20 years ago, they used to have one of these big blobs. You know, you sit on the end and you jump up. So at Pinecrest, they had they didn't provide us lifeguards for the lake typically. It was, you know, so they chained off the chair. Well, this is before the current guy's there. His dad was running it at the time. And someone took the chain off the chair, got on the blob, and a couple guys jumped on, throws someone, I'm not kidding, 30 feet in the air. And I'll tell you, Fred came down like wilder than the hornet's nest, walked right by about 10 people, chained that thing, and he was as hot as could be, right? Okay, I'd like to tell you that it was like the 14-year-old boys who were doing it. It was 3 guys who ultimately were either elders at the church or became elders. Okay? So my point to that is, like, you know, they got this now. Fortunately, we had a 10-year standing relationship with them at this point, and someone asked for forgiveness, smoothed it over. But the point is, like, I always struggle with rentals because, you know, it's like, okay, I realize how important they are for us financially, but they can't just run ragged over the camp either.
Right.
So most of them, fortunately, have been very good. And Caleb, the thing is, they feel very comfortable with Caleb. That's a big thing, is they know he'll do anything they ask him to do. And I mean, you know, hey, can you get this? Can you do this? Can you try? And they love that. So they're not they would not intentionally do anything that would put him in a position where he'd have to call and say, guys, you're kind of mocking what I'm asking you to do. And so, I mean, that's been a really good experience for us. But the one-offs, unfortunately, we have to just, I mean, if it really got that serious, we have to say, hey, we can't do that if you can't abide by the rules.
Right.
But fortunately, I don't think we've had that yet, or really close to that.
That is a whole camp. I
Yeah.
mean, and I get it. You're going to have kids that, obviously, I mean, we had, all the time I worked in the school system, there's kids that pull shenanigans.
Yeah.
And then sometimes I'd pull it back on them.
Yeah.
It'd backfire on them, and then they would be like, they'd become my best friend and wouldn't do anything else, you know. It'd be like, they'd be like, you know, and every day they'd be nice to you and just wholeheartedly appreciate you and everything. So, and you know, and you like that. It's,
My bigger concern would have been if it was a parent.
yeah,
Kids, I don't, kids are gonna be kids, even young adults or, you know.
I guess
mean, that's what, these guys who became elders were, it's not like they were 20 either. I mean, I know that David Gates was, I mean, the story is told, if you ask. If it weren't for the relationship that Bethel had with them, they weren't coming back. Well, Eat Free, we got kicked out before I was there, and it was because they gave us a second chance. It was some kids who kept misbehaving, and they were like, Fred was like, I've had enough of this, and it was Eat Free's fault. They should have had better control. In that situation, it was a different leader the next year. So, but the point is, it happens, and I think my biggest concern, the thing that made Fred livid, Dave was told me this as a kid. If it were just some kids up there, he'd have been mad. He'd let them know, and it would have been, you know, it was because of who they were. And that's my point is, if they were parents, I'd have a little more concern. Kids.
But parents do weird stuff too. Like I've done it. I laugh because it's so strange, but we were frying food one day and there was a day camp, which, you know, and they're all of a sudden next to this cabin, they have like 2 of their bunk beds just sitting outside in the middle, like for the rest of the week, because they wanted more room for their pack and play. Didn't ask anybody, just thought, I'm just gonna set these bunk beds outside. Or parents, adults who know our dog policy, and they'll sneak a dog into a cabin. I'm like, wonder why the kids do it. Because they're parent, you know, so.
But you'd hope if you approach that parent.
Yeah.
So.
A lot of it is parents let their kids run wild because they're here relaxing and go to the pool and go there.
People do, I will say, people love Dayspring because their kids can run wild. They like that.
Well, we dealt with that with the Donaldsons last year in an inner tube, and the kids were flying
Oh.
out. You know, it's like, guys, just you can't do this. You know,
Rick,
we also
just
dealt with
walk away.
swimming in the creek too. We got a policy no swimming, but I think I called you on that. We said, well, they have their own policies and they're not under GLS. So,
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about that before. I don't
And then
really.
there's Oliver.
yeah.
He locked himself.
You know, sorry, what's that?
Oh, locked himself out, they can't bring the dog.
She gave me the site where they get their insurance from, incidentally, and I was glad to have that because people are having a harder time finding liability, and they only pay like $200 for 10 days, which is, I think, pretty cheap.
Really?
Yeah.
Man,
So,
that
and it has Dayspring listed, and it's pretty good. Insurance is getting harder and harder to find for event planning. Like, you know, we require a liability policy be taken out for anybody who rents the camp. And it's about $200 typically, and it's getting harder to find. But fortunately, all of our rentals have been able to come up with it.
no one took a file claim for anything.
No, we've had some injury, but I mean, candidly, we've been fortunate. The people who got injured, like the Eclipse weekend, it was Miss Hedrick who broke her leg. Now, admittedly, she had her dog wrapped around her leg, and I'm not saying it would. I mean,
It wasn't negligence on
it wasn't. She didn't trip on something. I found out later. But first, we thought it was a step, which even that I thought would have been kind of like, okay, it's a step. But we found out later it wasn't a step. She tripped on her dog. She had probably like an 80-pound black lab or something, I think, and it was just real. But she wasn't gonna, you know. And we've had people who've had injuries, but most of the people understand, like, you know what? If I get injured and I'm not, I mean, it's been stuff that's just been a freak out. I mean, I don't think we've had anything happen down here this last 2 years where I'd say if we had done this, they wouldn't have been injured. I can't think of anything personally, like we didn't fix this and they got hurt. I don't know, unless somebody could think of something, but the Lord's protected us, I think, over the last 2 or 3 years in that regard. Yep.
Did you want to make Christmas or not worry about it?
Are they cut up? Oh, that's fine. I don't have to worry about it. I don't worry about it. It'd take about 10 minutes.
Oh, you want me to get some oil?
No, if you're ready, if everything else is ready, that's fine. I don't worry about it.
I have a prayer request for you. If Verdugo Heights in California is still in danger of the great fires.
Are they down there like San Bernardino?
They're up in the mountains,
Okay.
been on the news, fires.
There's a lot of wildfires out in California right now.
They all, maybe a bunch will stay up and then they'll just like go away. Not the people that stay.
They'll all go to Texas.
No. That's not too much of that.
Containment is.
So there's a,
I don't know about that, we're pretty blue that.
yeah. Well, you know a lot of,
Goes out, that's their thing. People in red, that's.
a lot of insurance companies Okay, so Gary's time with us is somewhat short, so I gave him the option between factual updates or getting in the weeds, and he said he wants the bylaws. That's what he wants. So we're gonna go over bylaws first. I jokingly say that to him. We're gonna go over the bylaws stuff first.
You need to,
And then-
because when outdated bylaws backfire, rather than mutual.
Okay, so you may recall, kind of just to rewind a little bit to the last meeting.
Should I ring the bell?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you go ahead. Go on. You like ringing the bell now that you know.
It's vocal.
How about blowing a trumpet?
That would work.
In the article, they said someone hadn't done it for 100 years
Oh, really?
at churches.
Huh?
Did you send out the bylaws with the,
Uh,
was it an email?
Yeah. There's the, well, yes, yes. The bylaws, the most recent full bylaw set, which is from like 2018.
Yeah.
Then there was the bylaw changes that are ratified by everybody but Maplewood. And so technically those would be put into the 2018 and updated, but they're not technically ratified yet, so I didn't put them in there.
BYOP,
So.
bring your own printer.
Actually,
No,
but
I just want to make sure that they.
Oh, you got it, okay.
I got it here, I want to make sure I looked at it,
I printed
that that's what we're going to be looking at.
What were you saying?
but actually, most of them are ratified.
Oh, I guess the RNTA definition is,
Yeah,
but the statement of faith is not.
statement of faith is
Oh,
not.
yeah,
Right, you're right.
There's a question about one other item, because I think one of the RNTAs voted against one of the other items. But
Oh.
I no longer have the completed.
Okay, okay. Yeah, you're right. I guess technically part of it would have already been. Well, assuming that the other four all voted yes, I assume they did on the.
I'm sorry.
Assuming the other four all voted yes on the RNTA definition change. That yeah.
I don't have my bylaws with me. Should I go get them?
It's up to you. I mean,
Well, you know what's coming up better than I do.
well, no, we're just gonna start. We're
Can
gonna.
I print some off real quick?
Sure, you can print a set off. I mean, I'm not, my goal for today isn't to like go through and start sharpening pencil and marking out bylaws. And this is what I really want to do is more of an overarching, looking at not even looking at the bylaws, but having
Overview?
an overview. So the goal was that we would look at the bylaws and then we would come to the meeting with some sense of either what our thoughts were, concerns were, or do we think, like, just kind of your overall position, right? Not like, hey, these are 15 things we want to have changed, because we may come to that, but just a consensus of where we're at now, what do we need to do? And so, you guys may recall at the last meeting, there was discussion regarding the bylaws and
I'm
like,
gonna go get them.
he's gonna print you up a copy.
Yeah, I prefer,
Oh, you got notes in yours?
no, but I prefer a new one.
Well, he's gonna give you a new,
You're right.
is that what you want?
That's why I prefer that than what I've got, because mine's
Oh, yeah, KJ will print.
2018 or something.
Oh, no, that's the newest one.
Okay,
Yeah, the one you've got is the newest one.
okay.
I'm sorry, I thought you meant like a new, fresh guy. Yeah, what he'll print is what I emailed to you guys, so.
Can I make a motion?
Sure.
I move that all the items on the current bylaw ballot that have achieved a 2/3 positive vote be enacted except for the doctrinal statement item, and that an updated bylaws document be available at the next board meeting. And I'd be happy to put that together.
Well, digress that one. What did he just say, Rick?
In fact, I think I've already done that.
Okay, if you want to shoot over what you got, that'd be great if you've got, so basically what if you understand what he said, is there were three things, right, in the last bylaw change that were proposed, or two things. The RNTA definition, the one that Rick put together, the statement of faith.
Well, there's a whole series of, how many, it could be a dozen or more changes.
Okay. Okay, I thought they were all in the RNTA definition. sec here.
Some of it deals with committees. Some
Okay.
of it deals with the entity of the RMTA.
So the items that were approved before, anything that is not related to the statement of faith only requires a 2/3 majority of the RNTAs. So changes to the statement of faith require a unanimous approval of the RNTAs. So with that being said, because we don't have back Maplewoods yet, we don't technically have a unanimous approval of the statement of faith. So the motion so basically the motion that Ken has made is that the changes that were agreed to by 2/3 majority of the RNTAs be placed into the bylaws, and the changes to the statement of faith will be withheld pending the receipt of the final approval, some presumption of approval, or we'll just say pending the return of the bylaw change request to Maple, or to Maplewood. Does that make sense? Okay. Did I state that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, the only glitch in that is that there's one item out of the doesn't have changes that one RMTA voted against. And hopefully I can identify that, or I'm pretty sure I can get the person who made that vote changes.
Did I guess technically if Maplewood approves it though, then that'll go in regardless. Okay, so
Yeah, this
I
is
guess
not up to date.
either one. What's that?
This is not up to date. They've got Charles Klein for Maplewood Chapel. He's
Right, but that's the most up to date one we have.
Okay.
Is what it says.
Also, the change, okay, the ballot, includes Valley Park as one of the RMTAs that we had in, because we're coming back in.
So oh wait, I'm sorry, what's that again? I'm sorry.
The ballot changes the list of RMTAs, and includes Valley Park.
Because they were still at the time.
I think we just leave that in.
Yeah, that's how it was voted on. Yeah, I mean, technically, one thing I thought that was interesting is in the bylaws, to remove an RNTA, that has to go to all the RNTAs for affirmation as well. So like, I mean, there's a lot of steps that as I read through this, I just be candid, we're not doing. So, but, okay, so Ken made a motion regarding the last bylaw changes. So again, the motion was to affirm and put into the bylaws those which have been passed, to withhold those that require a final RMTA approval, which is a statement of faith, and one outstanding point which will clarify. So we have a motion for that. Is there a second? Okay, Rick has a second. All in favor? Okay. Aye as well. Okay.
In the update the list of RMTAs, I removed those.
Yes.
Part of the changes on the ballot is still outstanding, was if we make this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that ultimately, I think when we go through this, we're going to decide a couple of things. I'm very confident we're looking at more, at minimum, we're looking at more changes and cleaning it up at minimum. So the RMTAs that are lit, like I think the one I have, you know, it still had Villa Hills listed on there,
Hey,
right?
right here.
It still had Marble Hill. So there's definitely cleanup that's needed.
I thought Marble Hill wanted to still be included.
No.
That's been changed by ballot.
Well, okay, right. So yes. So once that's cleaned up by that, then we wouldn't have to do that. So. Okay. So
That's a job.
what's that?
That's a job.
Yeah. So when we talked about this idea of, I mean, since for the last 4 or 5 years, I've heard some people talk about, and when I heard it at first 4 years ago, I heard the very first meeting I was at for Dayspring, probably 4.5 years ago, there were discussions of bylaw reviews and changes. Obviously, some were being changed at that time because we had to for the RMTA portion. And someone had talked about, well, I believe we need to have just a comprehensive review of the bylaws, have someone look at them, see how they look. Other people have said they think our current structure is out of date and needs to be reconsidered. So as you guys know, the way their structure is set up is that we kind of have two layers of the board in a way. You've got the RNTAs, and then you've got the delegates who make up the board. I mean, they're part of the board of the RNTAs, but we vote on stuff, but then there's stuff that has to go back to the RNTA for them to vote on. So you have a delegate of churches, obviously, rather than individuals. I think that's a safe, clear way to put that, hopefully. Over time, the number of delegates have decreased. I think on this one here, there were some that were around 8 or 9. Right now, currently, we're down to 5. Soon to be potentially 6 if Valley Park comes back on board. And I think also it's fair to say that the number of people that are able to serve as delegates from those respective RNTAs has shrank considerably, probably 90% from where it was 25 to 30 years ago. I don't know the exact number, but I would say that if you the number of people on the that make up the churches now. So there's been questions about things like, individuals who might want to get on the board, but they can't get on the board now because of the way that the structure is set up. Is that something that we would want to reconsider? Is having churches on the board as the voting entities, is that something that we want to change? Is there a hybrid model that we would consider? Is the RMTA model, I was telling Ken this earlier, one thing I didn't realize, and I could be wrong in reading this, but if I read it correctly, the dissolving of Dayspring Ministries, that requires a 2/3 majority of the RMTAs, but a changing of the statement of faith requires unanimous approval. Seems a little odd to me, but that's how I read it at least. So there is obviously some protection with having another layer, potentially, someone could say, but on certain things, it may be minimal protection, right? Because you gotta have 2/3 to basically say, hey, we're dissolving this for 501c3. So the question becomes, as we look at vision and looking outward, as we look at the bylaws, and one thing that I think I appreciate, because Charlie mentioned it, that stated it well at the last meeting is, let's go back, let's look at the bylaws over the next 4 months, each individual charge you to take a look at them, and then basically come back with your thoughts as to what your overall impression was, or concern, or thoughts. So that's pretty fair. So nothing specific, not let's look at this particular bylaw or that. What I've brought up to you guys are just one component of it, right? As far as the churches versus individuals, what's necessary for our quorum, those kind of things. So with that being said, I'd like just to open it up to, at first, I kind of like we talked about with the camp manager, having looked at these, number one, do we feel like there's something that needs to be addressed with regard to the bylaws? Is it important to get these addressed? And to tackle that. And two, were there things that came out to you that you said, being involved with Dayspring as I am now, seeing the bylaws, looking forward 1, 3, 5, 10 years, this is something I think we need to address, and this is something in particular. So I'm just going to open the floor for anybody who had the opportunity to look through them and kind of give your guys' thoughts, and then we'll chat for a bit, nothing specific, and then my hope is that we can maybe narrow down, or we can at least hear some similar feedback to where we can say, okay, I'm starting to hear this. What is the next step, if there is a next step, or what is, what direction that would be? So I'm just going to open it up for you guys to give your thoughts.
We'll start with one thought. Talking to other people and other organizations, Bill in particular is a story. One thing that they have is a limit on officers and representatives as far as time. So somebody can serve on their board as an officer or a voting member of the board for 6 years. I think that's kind of a good idea.
It's 3.
It's 3?
Yeah.
Oh, I
So,
thought he said 6.
no, I think it's.
I thought he said 3, but then they had to be reaffirmed.
And then, well, 3, and then they're off for a year, mandatory. and
I
then
thought it
3.
was 6 years. I thought this was, now I asked him, Bill, for Bill, it's kind of, he wasn't sure. Bill, from what we just talked the other day after you guys met, that it was 3 years, but then if they had to be, what he said to me, after 3 years, you have to be renominated to serve another 3. After 6 years, you have to be on for a year. But there is no, in their bylaws, it doesn't say anything about lifetime, whatever, like, you can only serve until 6. But
Right.
6, so that was how he explained to me, but I could have he could have misunderstood my question, but I know there is the
Yeah.
3 years is the limit
Yeah,
until you're.
I was having a conversation by myself, and I was pretty sure he said 6. I know.
Okay, I thought I was.
So the
I
question
talked
would
with them too, and I thought it was, I know there's
Well,
a
there is
3
a
year,
3.
and there's a
There-
year
that's
off.
what
It is, I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Right.
Because, we had, prior to the, let's call it the new administration, we had individuals and we had at least one individual that was like almost a lifetime leader of the thing. And things started going the wrong direction, and there was too much power invested in that individual and some other individuals, So, having that stipulation back then would work well. And people get burnt out, rejuvenated. It would be a good thing if they say, okay, and then, somebody's been doing something for 4 or 5 years. Okay, this person's coming up. We need to start thinking about who we're going to transition those duties to. I think that's something that's lacking here that needs to be.
Yeah, he did say, like I did ask him specifically, because the concerns are, well, and they're a little bit different. They have a board of 10 guys, I think. 9 guys. I think they can have 10 though. But, and then they have advisory, which have yeah, they're not allowed to, they're not allowed to speak at the meeting, board meetings, but unless they're called upon. So Bill's not a board member, but he speaks a lot to me. But I did ask him a question. So John Messerly is a lawyer and is also a board member right now. I said, so if after, let's just say he was done with his term, does that mean you don't use him? He said, no. What it means is if John is interested, because John doesn't handle a lot of legal stuff, he's part of the advisory, he would be very active. And so what John would say is going to hold a lot of weight. So even though he may not be on the board or whatever that time would be, so he doesn't, it's not like, oh, you have a guy with some consistency who's been doing our legal stuff. So it is interesting. Now, he did also say, though, they have a large pool to draw from.
Right.
And that's the other thing.
And I guess that's a weakness here is Then the other, one other thing is when in the various offices, if you look at the one for treasurer, there's a statement in there, and I always trip up on this every time I see it, about the treasurer securing a bond. We've not done that. The previous treasurer didn't do that. I didn't do that. And it says, though it does say if required by the board. So I think that at the very least, in each of our officer assignment meetings, whenever somebody takes the office, where there's those kind of requirements, that we make a motion that particular provision is waived, or we change bylaws appropriately. Those are the two things that really stood out to me. I mean, overall, and I've read over these several times, it seems like the structure and the form and the way that they're written, you can see some wisdom in it, and I think that we really need to be careful, think long and hard before we make huge changes to something that seems to be a pretty decent, well thought out and well legally written document. It's got a lot of coverage and
I would say one thing you have to understand though, when this, remember this came about after Bert passed away. and Marion had, she couldn't keep it, so the church stepped up. You have to look back to the original, there were a lot more people, and in fact, the sole purpose of the camp at that point was kind of to basically, just to help the local assemblies in St. Louis. And so it's very much viewed, even though it's a ministry, it was very much viewed as a Plymouth Brethren, almost a church. It wouldn't say it's a church, but there's a lot, when you look at all the stuff in there, and you talk to the guys who wrote, there was Jerry Keller, Jim Rankin, Dave Winter, I mean, those were a lot of the guys that were on that. And so it was a different time. That was probably at the time when they did this, that was their goal, was to supplement and help the assemblies in St. Louis. I don't think they saw any of this.
Most of these guys were in some of the local assemblies. I don't know what local assemblies call themselves, but I think speaking for our assembly, we do not consider ourselves Plymouth. Would you agree, Rick?
Yeah.
Or we are not Plymouth.
Back then they would have, when it was written,
So,
that was.
I don't know about, do you consider your assembly a Plymouth Brethren assembly?
Usually.
When I think of Plymouth Brethren, I think of a lot of your more eastern assemblies, the closed assemblies, gospel hall assemblies, things like that. They're a lot more like that footprint.
Like what?
Like some of the closed meetings, the gospel hall.
I lived in a closed part, but I didn't do that.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't think
Cruise House territory.
Maplewood or Southside, for example, I don't think they would consider themselves Plymouth.
Oh, no, Maplewood would consider themselves a Plymouth.
Well, themselves, but not Plymouth Brethren.
They would consider themselves a Plymouth Brethren.
You think so, Larry?
I don't, that Garrett said what, they should be wrong.
So, I mean, to
I
me,
mean,
that's-
if they don't now, it's just a philosophical change, because I compared to my dad, he refers to it, it was one of the 10 or 12 Plymouth Brethren. That's what started in Massacombie, that's sort of the fundamental shift there. It was always, when we would hear things, Charlie and I would hear things when I was in college. I know it's been, 25 years ago, but 30 years ago, but it was, are you a Plymouth Brethren? You go to a Plymouth Brethren. When I went to Kirksville, I had Mr. Rankin and Mr. Winter hit the exact word, you need to find yourself a good Plymouth Brethren church up there. And it was actually Bill Howe.
You don't hear those terms used like
No, but that's what I'm saying. That's what the verbiage that was used, and it had, unless something fundamentally has changed. You may have dropped off the Plymouth Brethren, but when you refer to it as
and
something
that's what they called them.
Do what?
They were called that.
Right. Well, he was saying no, they're not called that. But my point is, it was actually Bill Howe. My sister Karen, yeah, you gotta come over to Brookfield. Bill said, Karen, there's plenty of good churches in Kirksville. He doesn't need, that's not. And, but yeah, that's what some of our elders wanted me to do out there. So that's my point is, I think when this came up, whatever it was, that was the purpose, I think, when you had that. And I think there's, for me personally, that I've done, Tim has done some too, looked at research for camps. Most of the camps that are ministries aren't, Horton Haven is one. But from what Tim told me when they were met it, they're even talking about changing that, or modifying it somewhat. But most of them are run by more like storybook. Very few of them, unless they're a denomination camp, have a church for, because then you get into the issue of is it a ministry or is it a church? But you do see where there's pluses and minuses.
Yeah.
But
And so, like looking in Bethel, they're very much like, especially with respect to the gospel. Philosophically, as far as I'm concerned, they're not exactly like our assembly, but certainly close enough to that fundamental gospel by faith in the Lord Jesus Christ philosophy. That's really what we're looking for. So, I hope that we're not still thinking that, hey, if you don't consider yourself an assembly under those, then there's an exclusion there. I hope we're kind of by bringing and accepting Bethel as an RNTA, I think we made that statement that we are.
What it, can I ask, the term, the thing in the office, and I may not be understanding this phrase, but under the appointment term of office, it says, new RMTA delegations shall be appointed as set forth here and below for 3-year terms congruent with calendar years or until their successors have been appointed and qualified. What does that mean?
Yeah, I mean,
What are,
I think that,
So under
You're on
appointment,
for 3 years for sure.
What
but
article?
if nobody goes above you or comes along. you're
well, but we
still-
vote every year though for officers, right? This is not, this is
But
a
we
point,
do vote that every year.
Huh?
That's part of, in the bylaws of our first year meetings, so.
so this is under appointment in terms of office, under Article 5, okay, which I just, because I wasn't sure what this meant, was there? Huh?
what's the paragraph?
Oh, it's paragraph D,
D?
under Article 5.
Did you say D is?
D is in David. Yeah, it just says, each RMTA delegation named in the Articles of Incorporation of the corporation shall hold office unless sooner removed or disqualified until the first annual meeting of the Board of Directors of the corporation and until their successors are duly appointed.
That's for starting up the corporation, starting up the organization.
So when it says new RMTA delegation shall be appointed as set forth herein below for 3-year terms, congruent with calendar years or until their successors have been appointed and qualified. That doesn't sound like there's some term, I don't know, it just seems strange. What is,
Sounds like it.
Sounds like there's a term limit, but it sounds like there's a term limit. The delegate is the delegate for 3 years. In other words, that person, the delegate from the RNTA is the delegate for 3 years, the way I read that.
Unless there's a successor, but
Unless there's a
we
successor.
vote that the offices we vote every year, the
yeah,
delegate
but I think that we kind
is
of missed it.
consistent.
We haven't been consistent in voting for the RNTAs as the governing churches. I've not, but I guess I've only been 3 or 4 years now.
I think it's a temporary thing at the beginning of the organization. And the delegation, I think.
Yeah, but it says for terms of 3 years, so it almost implies that that list of, what was it, 7? So that they were all for a 3-year term, and then after 3 years, that they would have to re-up to continue with an RNTA and be voted on, I guess. That's the way it reads, right? You do that every year. Officers, you do.
Yeah, but this isn't talking about the office. It's
I
talking about.
thought the RMTA factor would apply over here.
the delegates have to sign, there are definitely entities you have to sign every year.
Yeah.
So you have to commit to you believe in the statement of faith and,
So,
That represents the RMTA. I remember that. For a 3-year term, never did that.
The Board of RMTA delegations in executive session subsequent to seek consideration of response from subject RMTA may proceed with the renewal process. This on by the Board of RMTA delegations rather than delegates.
delegations are the entire RMTA churches, right? They're represented by delegates.
A delegation, I assume that it was the delegate from the church that would be a delegation. Delegations plural. All the RMTAs, I guess, were involved. Well, it was written by a lawyer. Only lawyers would do this. But that's a lot of it is complicated and difficult to understand.
Jerry Keller had a lot to do with the writing.
Yeah.
So,
And,
I'm sure he had a lawyer look at that, but
He was there.
no, he wasn't lawyer, right?
Yeah.
I think it was actually Jerry Keller who wrote, you know, that they started having the meetings, but I guess, I mean, I know we're talking specific, my question arises, it's, you know, was it valid then, I can see it, but today, I'm looking at today, there obviously are reasons why camps don't have, other than denominational camps, don't have churches as a delegate, they have just board members. Turkey Hill does it, I mean, I went to a bunch of, close, I'm talking conservative camps, all of them but one is run by, is set up that way. So that's my question, like that would be, if Dave wanted to be a board member, he can't be a board member. And yet he's very involved in the camp. If John Messerly, who's been involved the last 3 years now and wants to be a board member, can't be a board member. For me, you really hinder people in working. So we're at this, and I brought this up, we've talked about it for several years, is, you know, maybe this was doable when you had 12 churches that were doing well. But let's face it, I mean, you add up the number of people, you had the number of people of the delegates, I mean, there aren't that many people. And so how do you know, what I don't want to see is, okay, you know, 2 or 3 years from now, we lost, you know, U City says they, you know, they have to close, Maplewood said they decided to close. You know, you don't get any more support, Valley Park doesn't pan out. You're down to 3 people, and then you're like, okay, now what are we going to run and do? I think you have to look long term, is how do we, is the way, and when we say bylaws, I am talking board structure, is it the best method? And if not, how do you get to changing something? So when I've talked to people like Bill, I really respect Bill. And Bill, like Bill will tell you, like, I remember Bill, about 4 years ago when he heard about what was going on, he looked at it right away and said, here's what the exact words. Shame on Dave and shame on your board. Because there were so many things going on that shouldn't have occurred. And a lot of that was, you know, you had bylaws that we weren't following. You had, so that aside, I don't have every hash, but my point is, the question I have just is this structure viable? 1, 5 years down the road, 10 years, and 2, does it make sense that you eliminate an awful lot of people who might, and the truth is, I've had some people from E3 who said, I'd be interested in being on your board. I can't, we're not a member. And our church doesn't, they're philosophy about it, they'll support, but, you know, for example, Tom Singer's come down, he's been interested, he's a great ambassador, he loves, he was in charge of facility. But yeah, I mean, he can't be a board member. You know, I was like, Dave can't be a board member. I mean, so that's the thing is, when you hinder, when you have hinders, these 5 or 6 churches you have to go to.
You keep using the word hinder. Is the better word restrict?
No, I say hinder, because I have a feeling that Tom would have been, if he could have, he would have pursued or started coming to meetings and say, yeah, Mike, that's the best one. My point is, if you tend to be on a board or an advisory, you tend to be, I would hope you would be much more, your time, what you're wanting to do, you're very invested in it. And if you're invested, you tend to share about, hey, listen to what's going on. What are you doing this week? I'm going out to Canada. Oh, what are you doing? So you have all these groups, and that's, you know, your stuff is spread, and you get interest, and you're like, I mean, you talk about sharing things like, hey, we need this or we need that. People know you have 2 non-believing friends or coworkers because you talk about it. And if you're invested in something, and we all have things like, well, you know, if I'm not, that's not about having to say, but it's being invested in something. That's probably what I would want to come to a conclusion. Is it viable? And like I said, I don't want us to be so arrogant and say, well, that's the way it works. I know everybody else doesn't do it that way anymore. There's obviously reasons why. So we have said that we are a ministry, not a church. That to me is not a reason why do we have like-minded churches alone? And we say Plymouth Brethren, you say that, I'm going to tell you, if you ask those people, that it would be that's what I would know. I've always referred to as people would ask. They would know if I say, oh, it's a Plymouth Brother. I'm always at Ozark just asked, is this technically a Plymouth Brethren camp? I would call Turkey Hill a Plymouth Brethren camp because most of the people supporters are Plymouth Brethren. Historically, Bill will say, yeah, we would consider ourselves a Plymouth Brethren, but they also include, like he said, they've had board members who are not, they go to a Baptist church. But they also they do a lot of, they don't just let anybody come become a board member. I mean, you have to be involved. So that's all I'm saying.
And then, you know, I did notice in several places where it mentions, as the bylaws mention, kind of a steering away from denominations and such. I mean, I'm not so sure that in our current way of thinking, that we would be opposed to any good Bible believing and teaching fundamental church. So maybe that part of it needs to be considered.
Yeah.
But I think that a lot of the reasons that these things are there is they want that when you trickle down to the delegates and the voting members and officers, you want those people to be accountable to a church that is invested in the community. You know what I'm saying? Accountable. And I think that that's really, if you look at it, that's the only reasonable logic that you could put behind it, is that they want anybody who would be making a vote on the direction of this camp to be accountable to a good, Bible-believing, teaching, gospel-oriented church. I think that
I don't agree with your last problem your thought process being, but let's face it. I mean, Gary, how long did, I mean, you talk about this. Gary can't even get the members to sign paperwork that have been asked for 2 years. Well, they're not that invested as far as to my purpose. There's a reason why, Charlie, that the ministries don't have churches. And I do say that, you know, to me, if you have a godly, if you have 10 board members who are godly, and hope they are because you've done your due diligence, that's your accountability to the Lord. And there's 10 men there. If something goes awry, that means whatever you set your bylaws up is majority, 8 out of 10 or 7 out of whatever, 70% you want. Well, that can happen at the church too, but I know you have a whole church, but if you have 10 godly men that are doing things, I mean, all these other camps, I mean, Storybook hasn't failed. They've been in business over 100 years and they've done it that way. You know, the Turkey Hill, they've had some changes and some stuff, but it's still just board members that, you know, they had some things with, you know, they used to have to go to those. I mean, we had one guy, you know, what's his name, Jim Frankel, who left and wasn't going to Assembly for a while, but he was still a board member. They had those some changes they had to make. They're all board, they're just people on board. My challenge would be to revisit and say, is this the best message moving forward? What would be the harm, or why? What is, if we revisit it, either do the hybrid or changes so that it's members, you know, what positives could come from that? What negatives? I know some people are concerned about accountability. I don't see that personally. I mean, I think even with what happened in the past, if you had godly men on the board doing their job, would have never gotten to the point where it got to. And so, really, that was the bigger issue to me. But that's my challenge.
It was also brought to the end.
Do I?
It was brought to the end by the board.
What do you mean, brought to
Board
the end?
acted.
Right, well, so it did work, but it never should. My point is, Dave should have never been a board member. There was a lot of things that occurred that the board members didn't stand up for when they should have. And if that had happened, and I don't want to rehash this, but if the board members were doing what they were supposed to be doing 4 years prior to that, you would never even gotten there. Dave would have probably resigned and left long before that. But my point is, I just challenge us to look at it and say, okay, what is the best thing? We do have to look. I don't want us to drag our head in saying that. Those churches are getting smaller and smaller, and at some point, other than maybe Bethel, Bible Truth, that may be it.
permission to think out loud. Please don't pounce on me.
No.
What if, you know, you hear recommended by one church to go elsewhere where he was. Okay? And that's kind of an endorsement of a church for somebody. Now let's give an example. And Kenny, I'm going to use you as an example, so please just bear with me for suppose suppose Bible Truth decided, hey, we would really like Kenny to be on board. We would like to commend and endorse Kenny. But in the process of that, in his operations and his duties at Dayspring, he's accountable to us. You see what I'm saying? Even though you're not in fellowship in our assembly, you're accountable to. And again, guys, I'm just thinking out loud. Rick, I'm not implying that we endorse Kenny. I'm just using that as an example.
No.
That to me, that would preserve some of the very purposes that this was put in place, and at the same time expand our pool to people outside of RMTAs, whatever the future state of an RMTA is. And believe me, I don't think it's just assumption. I think it's good churches. Bethel was a great addition to this organization. We need to find more like that is all.
Well, you could carry that out to someone like David too. His church
Absolutely.
standing behind it. Because that, in my own opinion too, I think there needs to be accountability.
Yeah.
Because it's accountability that I think stopped the sale of this camp too.
Yeah, but my question is,
So,
that would mean every church, every family, and I understand your argument
Yeah.
there because, but like Ken said, it did step up to his job, so it didn't matter over there. I don't know that's exactly why they started. I mean, from what I was told when, and I was still fairly young when they did that, but I'm not so sure that the accountability is the reason why they did that. They needed the support of all the churches. But my point is, if that's the argument that you're using, then all the other camps that operate don't operate it that way, and it's not an issue. So I don't know why I keep saying.
It doesn't matter, we're a little bit,
yeah, we're different anyway.
Yeah.
And I think something we did because we did change some of the bylaws to open it up to the body of Christ, which I think is good. Something I think that we've really started accomplishing way more than what we had is we're not hindering anybody from coming and serving. I mean, Dave's not on the board, you're not really on the board, but you have a voice and
Well, but I do know people who are interested in being more involved, but since they have not ever the potential of being a board member, they put their interests, I mean, they come down and help, but, and you know as well as I do, I mean, we have people, if you're invested, I mean, Nicole is here all the time, and she's very invested. If I said to her, hey, you don't get the bill, you're not in charge of that stuff. I mean, if you don't feel like you have a say, there are people who are going to find, and that's just the way it is.
so for me, I think we've opened it up that people do have a say, and they can come there, like I said, Bill, you can write them an email, but you can't talk at a board meeting. We've opened up that opportunity, so it also, again, maybe because of the way things were, I always wonder, well, if you want to serve the Lord, just come and serve the Lord. Why do you have to have a title? And as far as the numbers of people too, because I'll go there too, because I've been on a board that kept growing and the whole principle that they were founded on disappeared because of all the voices.
I would agree.
So at the minimum, there would have to be something like storybook where there's a limit of how many.
Most of them all do have
Yeah,
one.
and I think that the serving time is probably a really good idea too. Because that also gets more people, okay, I'm off, so somebody's got.
The only thing to be cautious about that though is, I'll just be blunt about it, we got people on the board who have 5 or 6 people who go to church there.
That have what?
5 or 6 people who go to church there.
Oh, yeah.
So we have churches at times that have less than 10 people who attend their RMTA. So let's say, for example, I mean, like when I talked to, is it Bob? I'm sorry, it's Bob.
Like comparing Rhode Island, California.
He basically told me, Kent, I have no one here that would be able to serve until I know there is someone because he told me. But my point is that person serves for 3 years. What if there's no one to take their place? you know, you would hate to say, well, you gotta be off as already because someone can't, you know, a guy who's doing a great job. I typically like term limits. I think they're good because it gives other people chances, but, there probably is something to be said. I mean, would you guys agree, like there's, well, this is an interesting thing I was thinking of, kind of with it, was who, like, for example, I don't know, who's officially on the books, like who's an elder at Bible Truth right now?
I would say probably John, me and myself, so, but we also, as the men meet, so all the men.
But no, I wouldn't understand that. My point, like, so when FAFO, or when you wanted to become a delegate, who had to sign? Who were the elders that signed
John
it for
and
them?
myself, I think.
Okay.
was the only one, so.
So if it goes back to the RNTA, really it's just you and John decide. I mean, in theory, right, the elders. I'm making sure the makeup is right. Like if it goes to Bethel, there's 4 of us that have to just, or not us, I'm not an elder. There's guys that have to decide. If it goes back to, is that in that kind of the sense that the elders are the ones that have to sign if they agree or disagree, right? So how many, so you and John are both on the board. You are on the board, but you're not, are you an elder at
I'm
Maplewood?
not an elder, if I'm an elder, I have certain people off that
Okay.
podium so fast.
No, right. So,
We do something different though, because we go and we invite all the men
First time I went there, I guys get
to any of the discussions we have. It's just not, John and I sit down and.
oh, I understand that. What I'm saying, like, so for example,
We've
when
always been on the men.
when I wanted to become a delegate, I brought my sheet back with David Baumgartner, Kevin, Tom Grass's signature. Well, John Kluppel's signature was missing, and he's an elder at Bethel. Well, we didn't just say, well, we kind of just, these 3 guys are, all 4 elders they were designated elders. They weren't just acting elders. I'm just saying, some of that becomes pretty.
We're not designated, because I would consider Charlie an elder, that's somebody that.
You know, but the thing is we decided a long time ago in our assembly that we're not going to designate or elect or in any way choose elders. We're going to follow the word of God that says he's doing the work of an elder, and we recognize those that are doing the work of the elder. I think there's only 2 guys that fit that description. I think that only Rick and John meet that description. And so some might say that that's kind of loosey-goosey, but that's the way we do it, and everybody agrees to it. If you ask anybody, they'll tell you those are the 2 guys. You know.
What if the requirement that the RNTAs vote on, and there's about a list of 6 different types of things that they have to vote on. What if we drop that requirement and just the board would have that responsibility, but except for maybe the statement of faith. And then after each meeting, we would send a copy of the minutes to the correspondent who whoever they contact would be in that particular local church.
Well, I'm sorry, Kim, what was the beginning? I was listening to the whole, you said, what if the, can you do the beginning again? My mind was processing.
Say we drop the requirement for RNTAs, the elders at the RNTA or whatever the leadership of the RNTA, to sign off on this list of 6 areas that they are responsible for currently. We just dropped that. But we required that the secretary send a copy of the minutes of each board meeting to the correspondent or some contact of the leadership in each church. And then we wouldn't have to worry about waiting for 2 years to get the elders to sign off on changes.
Question that came up to me before, because you mentioned that the one elder did not sign it. Is it mandatory that 100% of the elders sign it?
When I turned in my delegate form, it was given back to me for John Kluppel's signature. So that tells me, even
the
though.
question that rose to me is, then do all the elders have to sign it?
So I think the bylaws are a little ambiguous because they talk about how you can elect your delegate however you want. Well, I mean, if some churches don't even have elders per se, designated elders, it's a little bit confusing in that regard. But I was that form may even say elder on it, as far as who has to sign it. I don't know, I don't have it with me, but, I mean, that's an interesting, now, you said though something about, but that wouldn't apply for the statement of faith, Joe, is what you're saying?
That would be an option, I guess.
Okay.
So I have a question. So we're looking down the road, let's look down the road 5 years from now. And let's say, I know for a fact, Maplewood, I know that Frank Holder's talking about, Frank thinks they ought to sell and this out. I mean, so you lose it, Maplewood. I mean, Gary, how many years do you have on Sunday right now? Not high, just there.
About 22.
And so
Just
Frank.
as a guess, but see, that includes a lot of these students at SLU.
Right.
That are out of country, they're on.
Right, that's what Frank said, and so I'm just saying, so what is, I'm looking down 5 years, what if they decide, hey, this is.
And most of the ones that are there are, I mean, when my wife and I started going there, 5 years ago, we were the youngsters. Well, my wife is 75 now, and I'm 70, so
Yeah.
we're considered like the youngsters.
Yeah, and so you have.
You mentioned Frank, he's in his 80s.
Right. I know that Ernie has said, I don't know how much longer they'll be, I mean, they're small in their population.
Oh, yeah, they're
I don't know what's going on with.
Nadine's mother's still there, she's in her 90s.
Yeah, so in 5 years, I know, I just don't know that we're being honest with ourselves when we say, let's just keep going with this format. That's it, we said that on this conversation. Realistic in 5 years, it could be Bible Truth and Bethel. And I'm like, is that wise on our part as leadership and stewards to think that, because that's a very, very likely probability to occur.
But the
We've
basis
gone-
for your argument is because then we would have less board members.
Well, you only have 2 churches supporting this
That's-
thing, and so, but we're saying, oh, the churches are giving, that's the thing we're kind of, my point is, I don't think that it's wise to continue Dayspring Ministries under that format. And honestly, if we were to start, if Dayspring had dissolved, let's just say got in the board, that the church said, let's just dissolve and start over, I wonder, I would be adamantly opposed to say, let's go back to the same model. So that's all I'm saying is, not saying to solve the thing today, but I'm saying we're looking down 3 to 5 years, and it'll get there quick. I mean, the thing about COVID was 4+ years ago, 4.5 years ago, and we didn't have camp that summer. It doesn't seem like that was that long ago. It'll be here before you know it. I just don't know that, I just think we ought to be honest with ourselves. I know how we've done it, but if we were wise and we started asking people, hey, what do you think the best method is? I think most of them are going to tell you, here's how we do it, here's how these organizations do it. That's all I'm asking us to look at.
No, I just want to say something before I forget, not following up on what you're saying, but going back about 5 minutes in our conversation. So again, term limits, and I'm just giving some feedback, so I'm sorry. Term limits. So we have on the CAC board 6 years, and you rotate off for a year if you want to come back, right? But you do have to, after that 3 years, you have to be reinstated, right? So, but one thing we're always looking at as a board, and I think the RNTA pattern limits this. One thing we're looking at as a board is one of the things we struggle with is PR. So, who do we know that is interested in serving in a board capacity, in a director capacity, on the board of directors, who's good at PR? Well, here in 5 years down the road, we're going to be looking at building a bigger facility, right? So who are we looking at in the pipeline to come up for, and again, this goes back to the vision, the 5 and 10 and 20 year plan, right? But who are we, do we have people on the pipeline to come in behind, and whether Maplewood is around for the next 20 years or not, I mean,
What's your farm system?
Gary may be here, maybe 90, but is he the most qualified person to be planning for this? Does that make sense? we're looking at people in the pipeline, we're always looking for nurses and doctors. Because of what we do with the children, we have a good relationship with Baylor Methodist. And we have people on our board who can help inroads into these facilities, right? But, you know, we're in a place of financial planning, so we're looking for someone with that expertise. Well, if I'm on the board indefinitely, that doesn't give room for someone else to come in, if that makes sense. So the term limits helps, but if it's the same people from the same pool, i.e. the same RNTAs, and in 2 years it could be 3, in 2 years it could just be Bethel, you know. 2 years the Lord could return tonight and it'd be none of our. But who's in the pipeline to help us plan into the future? Because I think I'm probably other than KJ, well, I'm a little older than Caleb too, but I'm the youngest guy here, right? And I'm not young. I mean, who's in the pipeline coming up behind us to help? And that has to be a realistic thing, you know. And I'm a diehard Assembly guy. Plymouth Brethren, small b. You got to throw that in there. No, I'm just joking. No, like, I'm just joking. But yeah, who's in the pipeline to come up down the road? Do we have key people that are willing to come on board to help? I mean, we realize from this board meeting that PR is an issue for us. Fundraising is an issue for us.